Good morning, everybody. I'm Father Constantine Ponavinki, the Executive Secretary, Uganda Joint Christian Council, a board member of the FHI, and presently the caretaker of the Archdiocese, the Orthodox Archdiocese of Uganda, after the death of the Metropolitan.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Sheikh Waiswa Muhammad Ali, a board member to 3FHI and a vice chair, and also an executive board member of Interreligious Council of Uganda. I'm the second deputy mufti Uganda Muslim Supreme Council. Here I've come to stand in for His Eminence, the Grand Mufti of Uganda, Sheikh Shaban Ramadan Mubaji.
Thank you very much. Welcome each one of you. If you remember the last speech that His Excellency gave concerning the COVID pandemic that is going on in the country, he excused himself and removed his mask and said he's far away from everybody, so he can be excused from using it. I've been a preacher in this city for the last 39 years.
Progress.
Next year, I'll have clocked 40 years of active ministry, and my voice is not the best. So I'm not going to use my mask, and I'll take the lead of His Excellency and say, I am far away from each one of you, and I'll make sure that I use the mic so that I don't have to fight with the voice. And lastly, I'll also try to make this meeting as brief as it can get so that we can get through business very quickly. I have reason to believe that each one of you has received a copy of the meeting agenda for today, and I'm going to give about a minute for each one of you to get to that. But before we get there, we are seated here. We are assembled here to discuss a very important issue. We want to speak to each other and with each other. We want to dialogue on a very important topic, gender equality. You all know that violence and abuses against girls and women, including rape, gender-based discrimination, and exploitation, take place in such settings as workplaces, offices, colleges, education institutions, businesses, trading centers, homes and households. Girls and women living and residing in urban or in rural Uganda, and especially those living in refugee areas, cross-border towns such as Busia, Malaba, Katuna, and others, fishing communities where sex for fish
Recording
is
in
most common.
progress.
Can you imagine sex for fish? And in the slums, in all these places, our daughters, our sisters,
And it's
our
not by
mothers
force,
and our
neither.
grandmothers
You need to
face
convince them.
heightened risks. Girls and women living with HIV, those in prison, and those with disability are at a very high risk of abuse. Unfortunately, these awful, agonizing, and nerve-breaking experiences often go unreported by mainstream media. With no documented experiences and spaces to dialogue, our girls, our women continue to experience rights abuses in most unfortunate in most unfortunate manner. There is therefore need to secure policy commitments and actions from government towards ending gender-based violence and thus promoting gender equality. And to achieve this, we envisage that there's certain things that must be done, put in place, so that we can achieve this goal. It's not a small one, and this is no mean task. So we're going to use every one of you and hear from each one of you, and then use the synergies of this meeting to bring together cohesion, power, and authority in our voices to speak to our governments to defend the female gender in this nation. Nonetheless, I would also like to add that in some instances, even the men are threatened almost equally. But let us start with what we have today. And I would like to invite Reverend Father Constantine Mbonabingi, who is going to stand in for His Grace Dr. Samuel Kazimba Mugalu, the Archbishop of the Church of Uganda, who is also the chairperson of the Inter-Religious Council of Uganda. And as he comes to the podium to present the opening remarks, I would like to record the arrival and presence of yet another member of the Inter-Religious Council of Uganda, where we are all members, Dr. Daniel Mate, who is the president of the Seventh-day Adventist Union and Churches in Uganda. Welcome, sir. At an appropriate time, I'll allow you some time to greet the people and to be able to share. But right now, please put your hands together and welcome the Reverend Father Constantine Mbonabingi. You just heard from him that he is now current caretaker of the Archdiocese of Kampala and all Uganda of the Orthodox churches. The Orthodox Church of recent lost His Eminence, His Grace, the Archbishop, Dr. Yona Luanga, and he has been chosen to take care of the churches currently. As you see him standing there, he continues to call himself Father, but if he's been chosen to take care of that that responsibility, you're looking at a whole bishop. Please welcome him.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, brothers and sisters, for honoring this invitation to come and be with us here. This time I'm just talking as a board member of the FHI. You know, when you call people to a party and all of them turn you out, say, please, we cannot come, then it becomes a disaster. But when I see people, all of us, and mostly all those who are called on the present, thank you. Now I'm standing here in the shoes of the Archbishop of the Anglican Church, who told me, who said, please, I'm not able, I'm a bit tired. He came in last night from Rukungiri, and he said, you can stand in for me. I'm going to read his opening speech as it is. I will not add, neither will I subtract. Brothers and sisters, good morning.
Good morning.
It's a joy to stand before you. It's with great humility that I give an opening speech as we start this important meeting. Dear friends, we are gathered here today to talk about girls and women. These are our mothers sisters, daughters, cousins, nieces, and grandmothers. And friends, you have heard it. Indeed, we are persuaded to talk about them, to discuss about their welfare. In the book of Matthew, chapter 25, verse 40, it says, "The king will reply, 'Truly I tell you, whatever you did for one of these least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did it for me.'" We are privileged to be part of the true movement that seeks to better the health and well-being for our girls and women. We applaud the Faithful Family Health Initiative and the government leadership for convening us. Thank you all for coming. Brothers and sisters, research has shown that worldwide, nearly 1 in 4 women report sexual violence by an intimate partner in their lifetime. Women face this and other types of violence as a result of their subordinate status in society. In Uganda, national statistics show that over half of adult women 15 to 49 years have experienced violence, and more than 1 in every 5 women aged 15 to 24 years have experienced sexual violence in their lifetime. Estimates for violence against children also show that violence against the girl child is high at 59% for young females prior to age 19 years. Child marriage is still high in Uganda. 34% of women 20 to 24 years are married or in union before age 18, and 7% are married before the age of 15. Female genital mutilation remains widespread in some districts in Uganda. The average FGM prevalence rate among women aged 15 to 49 across 6 districts in eastern Uganda is 26.6%, ranging from 13% in Kapchorwa to 52% in Moroto. The Uganda Police Crime Report 2020 indicates that over 14,000 cases of defilement were reported in 2020. 44% of girls and 59% of boys aged 13 to 17 experienced physical violence in 2020. 20% of children aged 13 to 17 experienced emotional abuse in 2020. Friends, violence against women and children deprives them from right to protection, safety and security, dignity, and represents a substantial obstacle to equality between women and men. Women economic empowerment. In this country, more women are poorer than men. Only 40% of women are employed. The average wage earning for women is often lower than men. Women own 33.8% of businesses in Uganda. 38% of women own a house. Only 3 in 10 women own land. In the refugee setting, 53% of the refugee households are headed by women. Ladies and gentlemen, despite progress made in reducing income poverty in Uganda, female-headed households face higher risk of poverty than male-headed households a situation that has been exacerbated by COVID-19 pandemic, policy and legislation. The government of Uganda has enacted numerous laws, including the Domestic Violence Act of 2010 that protects women's rights in family and marriages and addresses violence against women and girls by criminalizing domestic violence. In 2016, the government approved the national policy on the elimination of gender-based violence and the National Action Plan for implementing the GBV policy. Despite the robust policy and legislative environments, girls and women continue to suffer rights violations. Poor resource allocation and lethargy are to blame for the weak enforcement of the policies and laws related to gender equality and equity. As I mentioned, we are obliged to speak for the voiceless, the weak, and the vulnerable. We are gathered here for that purpose. Jointly with 3FHI, the religious leaders have raised our voices in support of actions aimed at ending violence against girls and women and promoting gender equality. Indeed, religious leaders should protect the sanctity of life and the dignity of all people and should be actively involved in reconstructing the moral fabric of congregations and the larger society, especially at a time when GBV is pushing many girls and women into emotional pain and depression, destitution, and death. Sexual violence is considered a contributor to the spread of HIV. The theme of today's meeting is in her footsteps. Friends, we will step into the reality of girls and women to understand their pain. Their experiences should prompt us to act. As we talk of girls and women, we are reminded of the plight of the boy child. We are slowly losing our boys and men to drugs and other vices. We have to act fast to save this demographic, but we also know we cannot win the gender struggle without involving boys and men. We need a separate convening to discuss about boys and men. A video documentary has been produced to echo the views of religious leaders, the views of victims, government officials, and other actors have been documented. As we watch this video, let us reflect on its contents. This video, which is entitled Silent Pandemic, should be distributed to all to watch. Let us share it widely. May it shape the gender agenda in this country. I'm happy to note that we shall have an opportunity to dialogue with the different actors on this important issue. As the religious leaders, we will use this platform to issue our position as we recommit ourselves to the ideals of gender movement. On behalf of all faith leaders, women and girls, and all the participants in today's meeting, I will be keen to hear of the government actions and commitments to ending gender-based violence and promotion of gender equality. We are all eager to listen. What our friends in the diplomatic and development sectors are doing in promoting girls and women health and well-being. With these few remarks, I wish to welcome you all to today's deliberation. I declare this meeting officially open. Thank you.
That's correct. Go ahead and give the Archbishop a resounding hand clap and thank him for this document. Now, two things stand out for me from what was said. Take home for me from his speech. Number one, the escalation of childhood marriages. Sorry. The escalation of childhood marriages and physical violence. The next thing that stands out for me is how we are ready to combat gender-based poverty, and how we need to raise our voices. The fourth one is, for us to achieve that, we must imagine if it were us or ours. Imagine if it were you, or if it was one of your own children, your own sister, or your own brother. That's how you get there. While we were listening to the speech of His Grace, we got a very important person visit with us, come to attend this meeting, the Member of Parliament for Chegegwa District, who is also the chairperson of the Committee on Gender, Labor and Social Development, Madame Kabahenda Flavia Wabuhoro. Thank you. Thank you very much. You're very, very welcome. Please pass on the microphone to her so that she can greet the people in her own voice, and then
I thank you very much, Bishop. Like my name is already mentioned by the Lordship, I'm here to bring the hope of Parliament on this particular matter of gender-based violence, knowing that in the recent crime report from police, the National Crime Report of 2020 that was released this year, gender-based violence was cited as the highest crime that is happening in the country. And so I think the discussion is very, very important and very key to us, because when you talk about gender-based violence, you are talking about us and the whole human race of this country. Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you very much for holding this particular dialogue. I'll be very glad, and I'm sure I'm going to take home a number of issues for Parliament to take care of in matters of financing, the legal framework, and reviewing a few policies so that everyone in Uganda is protected, leaving no one behind. Thank you.
thank you. I'm also going to request that the microphone be passed on to Dr. Daniel Mate so that everybody gets to hear his voice, and for him to introduce himself formally and to also feel welcome in this meeting. Dr. Mate.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members of this important meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to express my appreciation to this meeting and the initiators' Faith for Family Health initiative, so that they can bring us together to reflect on this critical matter of gender equality dialogue, trying to dig deep into the driving matters. As a spiritual leader who understands the value of life from a biblical and theological perspective, man and women created in the image of God, it is very painful to see how humanity has continued to go away from the ideal of God. Yes, there are many issues, but one of them is a spiritual deficit in our hearts. When we understand the value of life from God's perspective, and we understand that men and women we are created equal in the image of God to represent Him. As the religious leaders, we still have a role to play in promoting the spirituality of this country towards resolving this matter. Thank you very much. God bless us.
And you are very welcome. Please give him a hand and welcome him. Now, you heard from the Archbishop's opening remarks that a video will be shown to show you some of the experiences that our sisters, our mothers, our grandmothers, our daughters and nieces go through as they live in this unfair world. So we're going to prepare to get to see that as it comes. But just before that happens, I'm now going to invite to the podium the Commissioner in the Ministry of Labor, Gender and Social Development, Mrs. Doreen Bakeiha, to come and discuss with us on the Ugandan commitments to Gender Equality Forum and how we can revisit our commitments. Would you please come to the podium? Give her a hand as she comes and let her feel welcome.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't know whether I should borrow the excuse that I am distant from the rest and I can remove the mask if you accept.
That's okay.
Good morning, everybody, once again. I'm Doreen Bakeiha, once again, representing Ms. Nakafero Angela, our Commissioner for Gender and Women Affairs at the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Yeah. I'm really overwhelmed to be at such a meeting, at such an engagement, a national dialogue to discuss a very fundamental issue in our country. As you all know, the Ministry of Gender is mandated to fight this cause, but we do not fight it alone, and we are always glad when we know that we have others behind us who are doing quite a lot where we are not. I thank Faith for Health for this initiative. My introduction has almost been said by the previous speakers. The statistics show it all on what is happening in regard to gender-based violence in the country, which has been escalated by COVID-19. But my presentation will highlight that brief introduction. I'll go straight to the commitments the government of Uganda has made to the Gender Equality Forum. We shall briefly look at the government's effort for gender equality and women's empowerment and see how the national efforts are linking to the global. As I already said, I will not speak much. The government of Uganda has committed to the achievement of gender equality and women's empowerment. The government has ratified various conventions internationally, regional and nationally. The Beijing Platform for Action is key in all our endeavors. And the latest report, the Beijing Plus 25, acknowledges that while there is modest progress towards the attainment of gender equality and women's empowerment, gender-sensitive legal reform and public structures have not sufficiently made rights and economic transformation real for women and girls. And I think this echoes voices of so many people who keep saying that a lot is being done, but instead the problem is escalating. That is very right. But we also recognize that women's economic empowerment is central to realizing women's rights and gender equality. It has already been mentioned, the poverty, which is gendered in nature, must be tackled if we are to realize gender equality. Over the years, Uganda has fostered women's participation in the economy through policy and programs, dialogues and advocacy to leverage resources aimed at making women key players in wealth creation and economic productivity. Going to violence against women and girls, I think this is the largest pandemic we are facing, especially amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. And as we've noted that it's widespread in different arenas, the homes, and now that children are not in schools, but also we've seen in the past so many reports of violence against girls by the people who they trust, teachers, head teachers, and other caretakers. There is also widespread violence in the communities. I remember during the first lockdown, there was a story run on Gatali Komfufu of, I think she was an 11 or 10-year-old pregnant. And this child clearly knew the person who had perpetrated that act by face and even the name. And it was really disheartening that the young girl, I even don't know what happened to her, but you wouldn't want to see that picture. Harmful practices have already been mentioned. There is rampant early marriages. Last year, we noticed a lot of cases of child marriage in the eastern region, Budaka, Bukedia. And for that reason, I think we had to hold there the launch of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Female genital mutilation has persisted in some areas of Uganda, Sebei and Karamoja regions. The fight has been on, but we keep getting relapses because it is a deep-rooted cultural practice that you cannot uproot in a day. We are aware that they are even taking advantage of the COVID-19 period, and a lot of FGM could be taking place undercover. The crime report has been quoted by previous speakers. It is really, I don't know, those numbers are too big. If you imagine, if you assembled all these children who have been defiled, you'd not like what you'd see. We acknowledge that violence against women deprives women of their ability to enjoy fundamental freedoms and represents a substantial obstacle to equality between women and men. Government of Uganda committed to a number of actions as per the Generation Equality Action Coalitions on gender-based violence and women economic empowerment by 2026. What are these commitments? I would like to know what our government really committed to do at this forum that took place in Paris with a number of countries from the globe committing to ending gender-based violence and attaining equality for women. Under Action Plan 1, our government committed to scale up comprehensive, accessible, and quality services for survivors of gender-based violence. Under that, we know that victims and survivors' rights need to be protected, And we know the challenges we've had in our justice systems, whereby there have been delays in attending to those cases, and some end up disappearing, yet the survivor or victim is suffering. So the government is committed to ensure that the justice systems are enhanced, capacities of policing and prosecution institutions to ensure GB survivors are able to access quality services, responsive and gender inclusive. The government commits to put in place for survivors or victims who seek legal redress, as well as whistleblowers who provide information in order to protect them from reprisals and further harm. Put in place interventions to respond to specific barriers that victims may face in accessing information and services, addressing unequal and inequitable spread of victim services. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that we've tried to put up these services, but they are still very minimal, and scaling them up is very, very critical, especially at this time with the high prevalence of GBV. Providing training and support to all service providers within the criminal justice systems who deal with GBV and violence against children, to strengthen victim-centric survivor-focused services and prevent any forms of secondary victimization. We've seen survivors who have managed to escape, but they are followed by the perpetrators even where they've gone. I remember some time back they showed someone who went to the in-laws' place and actually cut the woman from there. So you can imagine such impunity that you even run to your home to flee from the violence, but someone can follow you and do harm. Support collection of forensic evidence on GBV and VAC are reported through media, the courts, the GBV shelters, the child helpline, Sauti 116, police, health facilities, the NGOs, and LC to inform court processes. This has been a serious challenge where someone is actually defiled, but it cannot be proven. And the perpetrator goes free because there are certain procedures that must be followed in order to acquire the necessary evidence. So we are trying to support the collection of that evidence to ensure that perpetrators are brought to book and the survivors can get justice. Effective implementation of the GBV/VAC legislation with adequate resourcing and budgets. We all know that having the legislation in place is one thing, but implementing it with no resources can be something different. Another commitment is on more states and regional actors ratify international and regional conventions, and public and private sector institutions strengthen, implement, and finance evidence-driven laws, policies, and action plans to end gender-based violence and violence against women and girls in all their diversity. We have the National Gender Policy. Currently, it is being reviewed, and we hope that by the close of the year, we shall have a revised National Gender Policy addressing the gaps that have been identified along the way. So committing to implementing the National Gender Policy is a big thing, because this policy is our guideline, key guideline in what to do in terms of achieving gender equality and women's empowerment. We have the Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women in Pursuit of Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment, and we've committed to the provisions of this convention. Uganda has been and is still committed to periodically report on the way they are domesticating this convention. Can we move? Yes. The other commitment is to scale up comprehensive, accessible, and quality services for GBV survivors and survivors of violence against women and girls in all their, I think this is repeated, another heading. This is a continuation of the other one and under the same subheading. Provision of timely medical services, including emergency contraceptives, post-exposure prophylaxis, and STI treatment to GBV VAC survivors. I think this one is very clear that when someone is raped or defiled and they are lucky to reach to the medical health facilities, they are supposed to provide emergency measures. For example, if a 10-year-old child has been raped, then you have to suspect a possibility of an coming pregnancy, and I think these measures are called for, including giving the post-exposure prophylaxis and taking measures to avoid any infections to that survivor. Development of a national guideline for health service providers on identification and management of victims stroke survivors of GBV, including the roles, responsibilities, and referral pathways and orientation of health providers at all levels and related stakeholders on the national guideline. Members, we know that when this victim or survivor of GBV reaches a health facility, they need to be handled in a certain manner, and if the people there are not oriented on what to do, then she may not get the justice. So the development of a guideline is key to guide the health workers as they perform their roles, but also other stakeholders. Training the staff on how they handle cases, issues of confidentiality, issues of gathering evidence, for improvement in the quality of service delivery to the survivors. Establishment of 20 more GBV shelters across the country to handle, to respond to GBV cases. We know that during the lockdown, especially the first lockdown, it caught us unawares and people had nowhere to run to. There was a crisis. The GBV shelters, the few that were in existence, were overwhelmed. They could come to us and tell us that they are overwhelmed by the number of women who are coming to them for services. So in that regard, the government is committed to add on the number of GBV shelters so that someone from Kasese doesn't have to first go to Mbarara to access a GBV shelter. Educational institutions are to be capacitated and supported to provide support services to GBV survivors. And we are saying this shall be achieved through sensitization programs for parents and teachers on how to handle teenage mothers, provision of psychosocial support services at educational institutions and workplaces. School safety programs and child-friendly services are to be established. Programs for counseling and psychosocial support to young girls that got pregnant during COVID-19 lockdown is emphasized because we know that some of them have lost hope for education, but government is committed to ensure that these can go back to school. Enhance support and increase accountability and quality, flexible funding from states, private sector, foundations, and other donors to autonomous girl-led and women's rights organizations working to end gender-based violence and violence against women and girls in all their diversity. The commitment here is on doubling the national and international funding to women's rights organizations, activists and movements working to address gender-based violence and violence against women and girls in all their diversity. The second action, the first one, we've exhausted it, and the second one is on economic justice and rights. We earlier mentioned that economic empowerment of women is core to the attainment of gender equality. So increasing women's economic empowerment by transforming the care economy is very critical. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that so many people do not know about the care economy, and even women themselves think that it is their birthright to engage in that economy. So the action required is to increase investments in gender-responsive public and private quality care services, law and policy reforms, creating decent care jobs, recognizing, reducing and redistributing unpaid care work, and reward and represent care workers while guaranteeing their labor rights. The commitment by government, and this is in line with the National Development Plan 3, where government has committed to allocate 72, that is, I think, billion to Peace Recovery and Development Plan, and an additional 32 billion to the Women Enterprise Program. There is commitment to allocate 55 billion to the Uganda Coffee Development Authority for distributing coffee seedlings to Ugandans in an effort to promote coffee farming. Expanding decent work and employment in formal and informal economies. The commitment to create an enabling legal and policy environment and engage women to expand decent work in the formal and informal sector, reduce the number of women living in poverty by 2026. In the national budget 2021-2022, there is commitment of 1.6 trillion for agro-industrialization, 54 billion for manufacturing, and 17 billion for reviving cooperatives. There is an additional 56 billion for community mobilization and mindset change to sensitize Ugandans on what they need to do to start income-generating activities and get out of poverty. We hope that these commitments will go a milestone to empower women economically, and we believe that they'll have a trickle-down effect on their empowerment. Government's efforts for gender equality and women empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, the government has a number of laws and policies in place, but continues to commit to this cause. These are not new laws, they've been existing. Some of them may be silent because they've never been implemented, but they are in place. And the government is committed to implementing strategies in accordance to these laws and policies. I've already mentioned the Uganda Gender Policy, the Domestic Violence Act, prohibition of female genital mutilation, Local Government Act. We have an action plan on women, girls, gender equality, HIV and AIDS. We have a national action plan on elimination of gender-based violence in Uganda. We have the National Gender-Based Violence Database, the National Male Engagement Strategy. We have the guidelines for the establishment and management of gender-based violence shelters. We have the National Referral Pathways for gender-based violence, and the National Action Plan 3 on the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security. All these policies, all these laws have to some extent been implemented. But like I mentioned, some of them may be silent or not even known because of the extent or the minimal work that has been done around them. For instance, I know we all know that there has been a spirited fight against female genital mutilation. We've had several engagements
in the Karamoja and Sebei region with support from donors, UN partners. We've had cross-border engagements with the Kenyan government, and the fight is still on. We know that government of Uganda has achieved a lot of milestones in terms of women participation in leadership, courtesy of the Local Government Act, CAP 97. But some of the NAPs, of the national action plans, like the one on women, girls, gender equality, and HIV/AIDS, has not been implemented largely. We're trying to have an engagement with stakeholders, Uganda AIDS Commission, to see how we can carry it on. We have the NGBVD, the National Gender-Based Violence Database. This has been instrumental in giving us data to inform programming. This database is localized in the districts, and each community development office provides information, feeds into that database. That's how we are able to track and know that in this district they had these many cases reported of defilement, of rape, and so on. The National Male Engagement Strategy is one of the key strategies that we've been having, but not much had been implemented under it. But right now we have a lot of initiatives that have been developed, and very soon we shall be engaging you, members of this House, in several dialogues to do with male engagement in addressing gender-based violence. Other guidelines are to do with the establishment of GBV shelters. We realized that if we don't provide guidance on the shelters, then the survivors could actually face more harm from the perpetrators, or get secondary harm from the people that establish these shelters if they are not clearly guided. We have the national referral pathway. This referral pathway provides, clearly stipulates roles of each stakeholder. For example, if a survivor comes to you, what do you do? Do you just imagine what to do, or you have a guide of when the person comes to the LC and the case is of this nature, the LC is supposed to refer maybe to the police or to the health facility. And at the health facility, what is supposed to be done? So this referral pathway is very important. It clearly indicates each stakeholder, each actor, and their role right away from the family level. If a child has reported defilement case or any other gender-based violence case to you as a caretaker, what do you do? And how do you ensure that this child gets justice through the different actors that are stipulated? We have the National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security. Uganda, I think, is among the very few countries that are now implementing the third National Action Plan. We implemented the first and the second, and now we are on the third, which was, I think, launched on 8th March during the International Women's Day by His Excellency the President. This National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security is not something that many people understand, because if they see peace and security, they think it is to do with the army and police and all that. But there is a lot to do with peace and security of women and girls in the homes, in the communities, and interventions have a lot to do with addressing gender-based violence and violence against women and girls and children. So we are working with partners from the civil society to make sure that this action plan is localized to the district level. Districts have gone ahead to develop local action plans on how to integrate women, peace and security issues in their district plans. But also in our National Development Plan 3, women, peace and security issues were clearly integrated. We have a number of programs that are being implemented in terms of skills training, where government, through its partnerships, has managed to have women trained in different skills for income generation, growing their businesses, access to market information, energy saving technologies, affordable credit and financing, and access to child care. We are saying that all these have a potential to benefit women entrepreneurs to expand their businesses into medium and large scale. If you look at this access to child care, these are some of the issues people may not see as hindrances to women's participation in the economy or failure of some women to expand their businesses, but we are looking at a holistic way of addressing this issue. The Women Entrepreneurship Fund, we all know the Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program as our flagship program, where several women are accessing funds to boost their businesses. Some have gone as far as value addition, undertaking projects that used to be a male domain. We have some groups that are engaged in welding, women groups that are doing mechanics, but also we have groups that have gone as far as export. So we are really committed to ensure that women are given more funds to invest in businesses. The second part of this presentation was to look at how the national efforts are linked to the global. We have several international conventions. We have commitments that the government of Uganda has made in terms of achieving gender equality and women's empowerment. Domesticating the CSW, which is the Commission on the Status of Women, 65th session, we had it this year. And during that global forum, there was some commitments that countries had to undertake. And among these commitments, the Commission recognized that there is need to implement international and national commitments and norms, including through temporary special measures, creating enabling environment and institutional systems for eliminating gender-based violence, but also strengthening the voice, agency, women's participation in leadership and decision-making in public and private spaces. This global forum is one such big forum that we usually report to and make commitments. And usually the commitments are binding that during the 66th session, we shall have to report on how far Uganda has gone in terms of achieving them. This commission also recognizes the importance of the full engagement of men and boys as allies, agents, and beneficiaries of change in the promotion of women's full and effective participation and decision-making in public life, as well as the elimination of gender-based violence. And in that line, I think I already mentioned that we have the National Male Engagement Strategy, which we are fully committed to its implementation. This financial year, we have a number of programs that are going to run in line with male engagement. And I'm very sure that most of you will be part of these engagements. The Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action is one major international platform which guides our work for gender equality and women's empowerment. And we've been committed to reporting about the country's progress and aligning our programs towards its requirements. Uganda made significant progress in implementing the Beijing Platform for Action. We were able to align the National Development Plan 3 and that with the Beijing Platform for Action, as well as the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And under the Beijing, we prioritized tackling negative social norms, practices, and gender stereotypes that have negative effects on the attainment of all SDGs, particularly poverty reduction, education for all, health for all, elimination of hunger, and energy, among other issues. Now, the issue of social norms, tackling negative social norms, is very big because we realize that some of the efforts we've been undertaking are frustrated by the fact that you cannot change some things overnight. I earlier mentioned the challenges we've had with tackling FGM because it is deeply rooted in the society to the extent that old women take themselves to be secretly cut. So if an old woman is going for FGM in a secret manner, then you realize that it is something you need to take time and carefully have different approaches to addressing it. But on the whole, we are having a lot of efforts on social norm transformation, and I think very soon we are going to have a national dialogue on social norm change, where I believe a number of you will participate. We need to have a dialogue and face the realities of our society and how we shall stop scratching the issue of gender-based violence, violence against women, women poverty, but know how to unroot the cause. Investing in young girls to reduce the persistently high rates of teenage pregnancies, child marriages, and keeping them longer in school. This, of course, has been a challenge because even right now the children are not in school. And we know that the statistics we shall get after this long lockdown will be alarming, more alarming than the ones we got in the 2020 report. We already know that a lot is happening. Children are frustrated. Boys have given up on studies. They are into other businesses, and most of them even think that actually education doesn't have a lot of importance. So this is a challenge right now, much as our government committed to ensuring that it takes place, but the pandemic has come with its own challenge. Strengthening livelihood and economic empowerment programs, particularly recognizing the contribution of unpaid care and domestic work in the economy. I earlier mentioned that we have a heavy burden on unpaid care work on women. Society thinks it is the women to perform it, even the women themselves, but we are saying that we cannot have gender equality if women cannot meaningfully participate in the economy. And there is no way they'll participate if the work they do is not recognized, is not valued. We need to have in place safety measures. We need to have in place services to enable women participate in paid economy, but also we value unpaid care work because we are all alive or able to go to work, and our well-being depends on someone performing some unpaid care work somewhere. Maybe you know that I'll go work and find food at home. Therefore, if someone was not there to provide that, probably I would not be able to work. But now this person who is doing that work is seen not to be contributing to the family income, not contributing to the community, even to the national economy. And most often we've seen women who have worked for so many years calling themselves housewives, stay-home mother, and when you ask them, they say, for me, unfortunately, I could not contribute to anything in the family because I was not working. But this woman has actually contributed a lot. She has raised children, leave alone the reproductive roles. She has cooked, she has washed, she has ironed, she has taken care of the sick, unpaid. And at the end of that day, if something happens and she has to leave that home, they start singing for her that song of Yajana Kavera. I don't know whether anyone knows about it, but there is a common song of saying someone came with nothing, but she wants to go with something. But for me, I believe that the time that person is in that home, she has made a contribution that needs to be recognized and valued. But also, measures to redistribute that care work are very important. And making people, society, men and women, because some women also don't believe that a man can relieve them of some of that care work. They would actually think that he's up to something. If he wants to cook, maybe he's greedy, or some people can even think that there is something wrong with him. So we really need to address it. And those are some of the issues we would need to tackle with social norm change to make people appreciate that actually this work can be redistributed, but also recognized so that if I must perform it, then I'm not seen as someone who is useless, who is not doing anything in the home. Investing in gender-responsive national statistics to inform evidence-based monitoring, evaluation, and progress reporting on gender equality and women's empowerment. We all know that if we engage in programming without valid statistics, we may actually be addressing a wrong issue. That's why we are emphasizing that we need credible statistics to inform policy and programming. The government ratified the United Nations Convention, the CEDAW, on elimination of all forms of discrimination against women, and the government has periodically reported on this. The obligations to the provisions of CEDAW are well embedded in our legal policy and planning framework, such as the Uganda Vision 2040, our national development plans, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development commits the government to eradicating poverty in all its forms, and we have various interventions, including the Women Fund, earlier mentioned, in a bid to eradicate poverty. Uganda's Vision 2040 statement is very clear of what the country commits to, a transformed Uganda society from peasant to modern and prosperous country within 30 years. And the NDP3 goal is to increase household incomes and the quality of life of people. When we talk about the quality of life of people, we mean all the people, not only men, but men and women. Yes? Okay. Thank you very much for listening to me.
I would like to thank you so much. I like it when somebody goes through a document and you realize they have internalized it, they know the details, they understand what they're talking about. You performed perfectly and very well, and I thank you. Now, just before we get to the next on the agenda is going to be a video. We have captured a video for you. We've named it Silent Pandemic. The idea of this video is to show you what our sisters and daughters and mothers go through as they try to survive. As they get it ready, I am excited to announce that Honorable Joel Sebikari, Deputy Chairperson, Health Committee of Parliament, has arrived. You are very welcome. I'm going to give you 1 second to introduce yourself very quickly, and as the microphone comes to you, we do have actually hundreds of online participants, and I'm trying to see how we'll get them to bring in their views. We also have Father Deus of the 3FHI SRH coordinator in Ntoroko. We have Miss Elizabeth Mushabe, United Nations Women Department. We have Sister Diana from Kabarole Hospital. We have different categories of people present in this meeting. Our development partners are online, and they're watching and listening and capturing everything that is being said. And with that, may I also request that all the documents that have been presented here on the floor be provided for easy access for each one of us, even after this meeting, so that we can study them. I will ask Jackie to attend to that we receive access to all these documents after this. There are members of parliament, different ones that are also watching. We are also online. We have Father Robert Mutajechi, a board member. We have Bishop Amos Magezi. Your Grace, we are happy to know that you are online with us. And right now, I think we're ready to listen to the MP. 1 minute. Don't give us any of those things in Parliament. Just tell us, and then after that, we'll get into the video. Our time is fast spent. We want to run through it. Thank you.
Thank you, Apostle Joseph Serwada, the Deputy Mufut, the Archbishop, SCDA, and the church dignitaries. I'm happy to be with my former legislator, Honorable Mama Rwachimali. She was a mother, and I'm happy to meet her here. Honorable members, I'm Sebikari Joel, MP Ntwetwe, Chankwanzi District, and I'm the Deputy Chairperson, Health Committee. Thank you very much. My minute is gone.
Very, very welcome. Thank you so much.
For many Ugandans, sexual and gender-based violence is just one of the societal challenges. But for victims like Monica Namaganda, it's a matter of life and death. Her years of sexual purity wasted in just a night.
Zalinga nnya kati wampita nangamba gulawo madde njagala kukyakonywa nenzigulawo kati bwe naggulawo nanjigirayo akaso n'akanteeka ku bulago nangamba kati olina okukola kyenjagala neneerwanako engeri obudde gye bwali bwa kiro nga ndiwo obwomu nga sisobola kwetaasa era lwali olwo nankwata ku mpaka kati engeri gye nali saagala nga ndi mukalubo muzibu era nandeeta omusaayi gwali mungi era nefaana akawuka ka siriimu yamaliriza ekizibu kye n'atambula n'agenda era nalina kusirika busirisi kati obudde buno ndi ku Makerenda mmira.
In corporate offices, schools, in enclosed home fences, even on matrimonial beds during day and in the dead of night, many fall victims.
Era yali ankaka kubanga nze nali siyakyayagala nali simwagala kubanga bwe namala ofuna olwo olubuto olusooka nga tetukyakwatagana nempulira nga ntamye nempulira nga sikyamuliko nemuvaako naye bwe yajja ogwo mulundi gwokubiri ng'akomyewo bwe nafuna olubuto lw'ono omwana era yandeepinga buleepinzi kubanga yajja kiro yandeepinga kubanga twali tetwakiriziganya eyo mboozi mba sagala girowoozaako waliwo wempulira n'obusungu ng'omwana nyi.
The future of promising young girls and children has been shattered. Some have died, others have survived to narrate their ordeals.
Gala kusebe sente z'okozeewo tusoguliddemu abaana emmere naye nga yagala kuzitwala butwazikola ki kunywa tuwulira n'otuuka ne mu nnyumba oluusi mutuusa okwebaka oluusi omusiriikiridde n'akuba empi oluusi ng'akaka mukwano akaka omukwano ayagala wegatte naye nga tolina appetite ye.
When I look at the Uganda Crime Police report for 2020, we see an increase in the domestic violence reported. We see an increase in defilement. Young girls are being defiled, and worst of all, defiled by their biological parents. For example, 120 girls were defiled by their biological parents. 300 of them were defiled by HIV positive individuals, which is really not good.
Many of those who survive wish they could turn back the hands of time and change their present. Refugee and fishing communities are the prominent flashpoints. These facial expressions give a glimpse of the trauma they go through every day, and there seems to be no end in sight to their predicament. Not even government's affirmative action has done enough to save these innocent women and children from the violence hurled at them under the cover of traditions.
Buli kimu yasalawo wekiba kino ye gwe tolina kwogera wogezaako oyogere luyi wogezaako omuwakanye kukuba.
When women are coming in marriage, their sengers, the aunties, are advising them, omusajja taddwamu, a man is a man. So please, when you are beaten or you have issues or sexual-related issues, you keep quiet. And this has created a lot of problems.
Do you know that there are women who believe that if their husband does not beat them, they don't love them? They even ask, has your sweetheart, has your husband ever slapped you? No, he's so loving, he cares, he has never beaten me. And they say, honey, you got it wrong. That man does not love you. Every loving husband must beat you up.
Even when we would count the properties a person has, women were included among the properties. But at least there is a change, a slight change, but not a very big change. Why is it that the change has not come? One, because of our cultural background.
The laws, which would have been a safety net, are far from providing solutions as they lean towards the side of perpetrators.
We possibly need new leadership in this area because I think Uganda is going down the drain.
By the time the woman reaches the police, they will say, no, woman, there is your case really, I think you handle it domestically. You see such a kind of situation. We have weak laws. We need to strengthen those laws, and we need to see culprits being punished.
The reality of how big the challenge is in the Ugandan society is seen through spiritual leaders to whom many victims run. Others die in silence.
There is increased cases connected to sexual gender-based violence, and it's a challenge to us.
They have the money. When he rapes, he is going to pay. He defiles the parent, is a poor family, he's going to be given money and then keeps quiet. So this sensitization of about the gravity of those ills needs a lot to be done. And also we thank the government that they are sensitizing, putting in place certain mechanisms to see that this one stops.
A World Bank study in 2017 showed that the Ugandan economy had lost 77 billion shillings that year to incidents of sexual and gender-based violence and combating its effects.
I think as a government, it looks we don't have enough. But when he looks at Uganda in general, I think we would be having enough finances and resources if they were well managed and well prioritized to areas which are very important. But I think our resources are not well managed and well prioritized to areas that are very pertinent to people's life and which would generate the development we have.
Are we realizing and acknowledging that SGBV is a problem with far-reaching effects on the community? If we are acknowledging it, what are we doing? Where are we putting our money? You know, can we put money into institutions so that they can go and actually do their work in the way that it is intended to be?
An inquiry by a select committee of parliament in 2019 revealed that 77.7% of primary school children experienced sexual abuse while at school, while 82% of students in secondary school experienced sexual abuse, of whom 8% had been defiled.
Yeah, even though government has done its part, there is still a lot that needs to be done. For example, enforcement of the laws. Most of the cases are not well handled by police. We have files getting lost. There is a lot of money involved, and most of these survivors are vulnerable people. So when you talk about money, someone runs away and they never come back to report. So there is need to facilitate that process and maybe facilitate police and other stakeholders to manage these cases.
I think we need to come out of this to help our people to know where to go, whom to speak to when there are such challenges. But by the way, this is not only for women. Especially where I come from, the culture thing is a man does not cry. You have to be a man. Musajja takaba. You have to be a man whatsoever. So men are suffering honorably and they die honorably.
As the dark cloud of uncertainty hovers over Ugandans, especially women and children, many non-governmental organizations like Faith for Family Health Initiative, 3FHI, have reason to say no. They want more done to end the silent pandemic.
The legal part, that's where help should come from. To ensure that there are the right laws to help. One, to bring mediation. If not that, to see that there are punishments.
We need to train our younger people by educating them about the issue when they are still younger, especially the boys. And then if we can have programs like advocacy programs where you train the youth so that they become peer-to-peer educators among themselves. And then maybe we create friendly, youth-friendly kind of spaces and centers within schools with information where they can go and be educated.
In the way between violence and the other things that happen is the rule of law, which many Ugandans are discarding and throwing out of the window. So I would like to say that unless we go the police way, I don't know. I don't see it.
Batekewo amateeka babateekeko omukono ogw'ekyuma. Omuntu akwata omuntu nga teyeeyagadde ne waba muntu mukulu mubi nnyo.
They hope that if everyone plays their part, there won't be many women like Monica Namaganda. There won't be more tears like this.
I would like to request for a hand clap for the producers of that very, very serious documentary, The Silent Pandemic. It is available. If you ask Jackie, Madam Jackie Katana, she'll make a copy available for you to share when you have fellowship, when you go for house groups, if you're close to a media house and they can allow for 10, 15, 20 minutes, that can be availed for you to run gratis. We don't have any money to pay, but it can be availed for you if you want it. I'm now informed that the Assistant Commissioner for Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, Madam Angela Nakafero, is here, and I'll give her time later because we are going to have some remarks at the end of this exercise. And since she has a slot there, she will be allowed to speak then. But for now, can we see where she's seated? There she is. Please stand up for recognition. Give her a hand and welcome her. Okay. I know we've spent so much time, but we came here to talk. We came here to speak to ourselves, to discuss between ourselves, to dialogue. It's not going to be a one-way street. You've heard the Archbishop say, even the men suffer. So not only women are victims of this violence, even the men. The likes of Father Mbonabinji will not tell you because they look very manly on the outside, but they also suffer in a way. So we're going to have a few minutes, not much, but a few minutes. We'll talk to each other and say, what can we do? How can we advise our government? What can we do next? How can we raise our voices? How can we be heard? We need space now. We need to be heard on this very serious issue that we are violated and nobody seems to see it. I'm going to open up this discussion and I'm going to ask for a few microphones to be made ready. If you walk with the microphone, walk with the sanitizer and make sure that whoever touches that microphone is sanitized, uses the microphone, then you clean it again for the next person to use. I'm going to open up for what we call plenary reactions. And in these reactions, we will speak out what we think is right, and then we'll give ideas on what should be policy, which we can pass on to government and make sure that action is taken. It is very good, it is very honoring that the chairperson for Parliamentary Committee on Gender, Honorable Flavia Kabahenda, is here. That the commissioner, and I don't know whether I'm following the right procedure here, the protocol here, but Madam Angela has been announced. She's here. We've got a member of parliament. We've got several people who are eyes and ears for us. We say anything, they'll capture it. And we want to charge them now and say, don't you go and say, we were in this meeting, and you pass on it like it was a simple one. This is not simple. This is very serious. It's as serious as members of parliament who didn't come to the house yesterday. So, please, let's start. Where do we start, Jackie? Where do you want us to start? Who has a microphone? You see those hands. Make sure that everyone has a minute or two to express themselves. Be brief, be precise, and to the point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Allow me at the same time to thank the moderator for really doing a very great work. May God bless you. Thank you, sir. The presenters really ably presented, and the documentary explained very clearly what is happening. And through that, I've observed the following. Number one, yes, thanks to government, you have done a very great work to have all these laws in place. We have ratified the international laws, we've done this and that. We have the laws with us. That's very great. We have the police, we have what, to enforce those laws that we have put in place. When I was listening to the presentation from the Minister of Gender and also keenly watching the documentary, I've realized the following, that we've been talking about gender-based violence, looking at it at the other aspects of how women are affected, and it's rightly stated by the Archbishop that also men are dying honorably the other side. Now, according to the documentary, I've realized one important thing, and that is, because all these women, they are suffering as a result of this man who is left out. These men, we are irresponsible. They don't want to work, because if someone says that whatever I'm working for, I have this little money, this man just comes and takes it, goes and drink. That shows me something. Then I've realized that these men are using their physical strength that God has given them to suppress the weak ladies that they have with them. And
are you suggesting we send our women to the gyms so they can also?
So I'm coming to that. Now, my suggestion is that yes, we are having all these empowerments that we are trying to create. Let us have a deliberate move that we look at these men. I wish through this documentary, if we would have at least something about what has happened, the other side of a man, we will realize what is exactly happening. Secondly, I feel that we have left these men aside. Yesterday we had a meeting with Ministry of Gender about families. And we've realized that these days families have a lot of problems. And 95% of the challenges they are facing comes from us, the men. We no longer take care of these women. We no longer take care of our homes. Our role is just to produce, and that is all. The rest we don't want to know. So we have promoted girl child so much. Thank God for that. It's really very great. They are now somewhere. And we have forgotten this other important person because they have to be together. Even in homes, they are together. So we need to have a deliberate move to empower this young man because he's the one that is going to make the family. Now, if he's making the family and he's not empowered, that is the result that today we are seeing now here, that he will only come, picks the little that this woman have, goes and drinks, comes and beats, comes and forces you for sex, and the rest. I thank you very much.
Thank you. You did very well. There is a suggestion from you that we get a boys' day, a men's day. Today is Women's Day. We accept. But Jackie, you need to start organizing for a day when the men when the men take toll of whatever has happened, and therefore their participation in making uncomfortable the women's lives. I think you should take care of that. You should be able to invite us on a day when we speak to the men to behave themselves. Yes, thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. My name is Andrew Rugolobi, for record. I'm the Secretary General, the Born Again Faith in Uganda. I would like, first of all, to thank the facilitators for the wonderful research and the deliberations. Now, to begin with, one of the things which I have really noted is that there is a challenge, a gap in reporting mechanism. We are looking at a lady saying, I was raped and I kept quiet. There is a problem. That has to be addressed. Secondly, in regard to the subsequent meetings we've been having, it has been well noted that there are conflicting stands in the government. One is pushing for lowering down the age of consent, even before it is there. They are talking of giving our little ones contraceptives, blah, 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 and we are leading them to this violence. Yet we have a standard of 18 years as the age of consent. So when we have conflicting standards, we are getting challenges. When we look at conflicting standards, we are looking at, in fact, we have been looking at also handling the customary law. Removing the age of 16 to 18. Because now consent in customary law is 16 years of age. So we are looking at putting it at the standard of the Constitution, which is 18. But we are having other civil societies who are also pushing in to administer contraceptives to teens. So we are advancing the same, which we are intending to fight. Thirdly, there is monetization of gender-based violence issues or matters. When you go to police, you report a matter to police, the officers run so quickly to go and make arrest, and you can think they are working for government. It is not in love of the job, but they are looking at the money they are going to earn from this couple. So when you look at what is happening, in fact, what is reported is even little. There is a lot. And there are also some areas which are not even mentioned, yet this is dominating. They are not talking of Hoima. Hoima, it is rampant, even before the pandemic. Teenage marriages is normal. Even those in authorities are marrying teens. And when the MPs from there, you ask the MPs, they will tell you, you know, when you say that, you remove you from parliament. Now, political leaders are afraid. Everyone is afraid to mention it. And no one is mentioning Hoima. I'm requesting that for this time, Faith for Family Health goes to Hoima and establish what is really happening. Lastly, when you look at what is really happening, you see that given the fact that corruption is at its peak, as I already said, and there is no mechanism at the lower local levels, because when you look at the purpose or the role of women leaders on local council 1, they should be administering help to people in local villages where people are not, where senior leaders are not. They are supposed to be the starting point. But what is their role? How have they been involved? Because these matters happen at local levels. They are not being empowered. Now, when you look at what is happening, as I said, monetization of gender-based violence issues, you see that some civil societies are looking for funders. And parents, when their children are done whatever, they are looking for income. When you look at the police, it is an earning. When you look at the victim or suspect who has done that, he looks at an escape route. And the only thing is to give in a goat, to give in a cow, to give in a piece of land. Now we are looking at a mixed society whereby we need to sit down on table and redraft the standard. We go back and reflect, what should we do to handle this? I thank you.
I notice, first of all, I want to appreciate this arrangement of Faith for Family Health initiative. This is very important initiative we are participating in today. And I was happy to listen to what they presented. But I would like to propose one approach that we could all take up. I think we need a holistic approach. Just going for one thing, either faith or economic development, whatever it is, culture, will not help us solve the whole problem. We need to be holistic. In the Catholic Church in Uganda, we've been having this campaign for over 5 years now, headed by Madame Florence. Now I participated in the evaluation of what we had achieved. But one of the things that I noticed was Okay, at one time, in some places you'd go, you find that now the women are beating the men. Or in another place, you find that the women misunderstood it completely. But if we went holistically, we may do better. And I'm happy that now we are from different backgrounds, that we could all work holistically, could have some tangible results. One outstanding thing for me as an individual, what I notice, is the issue of education and economic empowerment. If you go in our society here, a woman, a lady who is educated, who is economically empowered, is less likely to be abused. You can do your own research. They are also abused, yes, but they are less likely to be abused if they are educated and if they have economic empowerment. So maybe what the Minister of Gender and the Parliament people can help us with, how can we do some more affirmative action for the girl child in that area? Because otherwise, if we start dealing with these things that come later, we're only dealing with consequences. Whereas education and economic empowerment, we handle things from the root. That's what I think as an individual. Lastly, I have a question. I think it was a madam from Minister of Gender. She mentioned that the government is now committed to establishing at least 20 shelters. I would like to know, how many do we have right now? Where are they located? Because I think it's very important information, even for those of us who refer, who get stuck with women when they, or victims when they come to us. How many shelters do we have currently? Where are they located? Thank you.
Thank you very much. With due respect to all those who have contributed to the debate, I would also like to thank Pastor Serwada. Maybe I should also say that since I'm very far, I cheat removing the mask, but I would like to thank especially the organizers of this, because they give us a forum for exchanging ideas. Yes. Now, when you look at these problems that women are faced with, you know, in Africa, we are a patriarchal society, where a woman, you have even heard there, they are saying you don't talk. When you are violated, you don't talk. I'm one of those women who has been blessed. I've moved around this country, and I know problems of different areas. I've gone to Kotido, Moroto, Arua, Kabale, and everywhere, because that is how the structure of function on. But when you were concluding, you were saying, we are violated, and it is like nobody is seeing. We see, but either we are incapacitated to attack at the problem, or we just look away when wrong things are happening somewhere. Mm-hmm. Now, when you look at the problems that women are having, there are some problems which we can avoid or prevent. There are some problems which are beyond our control. Right now, we are grappling with the problems of things that happened beyond our control. Some of them have been exposed by this COVID-19. When the government said, go home, I'm telling you, there are people who had no home. I can show you clips of people who did not have what they call a home. And they were saying, go home. They were running around with the police. Those are the people who capture women and rape them at night because they are desperate. Who can accept him, apart from him using force to capture any woman who is like vulnerable here and there? So when we look at all these challenges, they start from very far. Those problems that created the situation we are in now, like when we talk of, now we have, when people, civil unrest, when there is what they call a civil unrest, and people are running up and down, and children are thrown. Some are lost, others are thrown. And those children, you know, God does not allow things to happen. Somebody can be thrown even as a baby in the bush, but it might be picked and it grows into a whole human being, a big man. So we have those challenges That must be, Madam, when she was presenting, she was looking for the root causes of these challenges, and we uproot them. Now, if we don't focus on the family unit, the home where people are manufactured from, how many men do we have? How many men have homes and wives and even children? How many men know where their children are? And how many men know what each of their children is doing? How many men talk to their wives every day about their children and their children about how they have woken up? How many men sit with their children to talk to God about leaving the family in the morning and receiving them back in the evening? Pastor, are you going to answer those questions? Not at all. So we have those challenges unless we focus on the family unit inside the home. How many children do you have? Leave alone focusing on the home. Because also women, there are women who get challenges. Then we say, let's come and see your house. Then women whisper to themselves, even me, I would have run away if I was the man married to this one. The house is like for a mad woman. So we have challenges. Now, if girls can be trained and stay in school longer, I saw we have a platform for national women. Yesterday we were sending a girl of 12 years holding a baby. Now a child being a mother. What do you expect that girl to impart to her, to that thing? They all sit in the maram and play with the sand, both of them. She would do sand like this, and the child, baby also does sand in the baby, because they are still all playing, they are children. So unless we focus on the family, you have talked of men, that you have ignored men. Who is supposed to help you help yourselves? If you think you are enough and you sit and you are enough with your sons, those hooligans who have left their sons are going to attack you with your children tomorrow. How many useful people do we lose under the arms of those bad people? How many useful people are being killed because some ruthless people have an opportunity, or they have got a chance to kill these good people that we have? So unless we go back and police each other at Makakumi, that thing came when the president was entering. But shortly after, the LOCs became also thieves and started conniving in those wrong activities. Some of them, I'm not saying all of them. I have some who are very, very good, and they have made villages very good, because me, I walk around. There are some who are very, very good, and everybody has developed. From the time I went there for fundraising, and they did not have even matoke, and they had pumpkin this size, to now when people can donate a cow. And that LOC has been there, telling people to change, telling people that you also do like so and so. You also do this. Managing people one by one. You people, if we start talking about what is happening in families, we can even sleep here. But what we need to know is that we need, I saw, my heart was bleeding when I was looking at billions and trillions there for this work. That money, like for me, I need very little to cause a lot of change, but I've never seen it. I've never seen it coming to me. We have one single organization which tried to give me little money, and then they said, give the whole country. So again, they left me just to keep me floating. So we have challenges of addressing this problem. Unless, may I have programs for even boy children? This work I started long ago. I'm now 20 years in doing this work of focusing on the family unit. When we were beginning, the first lady who used to mobilize people who were doing, she had an office in Kololo there. And they would mobilize people who are heading those organizations that are focusing on the family unit. But you know, with time, things fade. But there is a lot that we can do. The Ministry of Gender is there. I don't know, I know that they can't say stop talking, but I want to stop here, but my heart is bleeding because I see there is a lot of money, but because people are not following structures. Do you know that sometimes they even create that let us teach? Teach what? They get money in the Ministry of, what is this ministry? This one of agriculture. Then they budget that for I see it in villages, they budget for fertilizers. Then they say they are giving women fertilizers. Women even don't have gardens. They even don't know what a fertilizer is. They even don't know what to do it. Some even try to give it to cows that it is salt. And you find these confused things. So please, let us teach people correct things. And these people who touch money, let money go to people who have drawn the programs. Let us see if the villagers don't know what fertilizers are, and you are carrying them to that village, and for you are signing that you supplied, please, you are really a criminal. You are a criminal. And I see all of this. Me, I've gone everywhere. I have seen everything. If I had people who have power and I sit down with them and tell them what is wrong, and they accept that this is what we can do and this is what can work, I would be happy. Thank you for this platform. And I really thank you so much. May God bless your efforts.
Thank you. As the microphone goes to the next, we'll only have 2 more and we rest. However, Jackie, I must come back to you time and time again. Is there a way we can make, media, electronic media, our number 1 target, so that some of the activities of the 3FHI are available on electronic media? That is radio, that's television, and other forms of communication, so that the nation hears our voice in a broad way. The little girl that they're talking about is everywhere. That went through social media. If social media has taken over, then let us close all other electronic media and go social. But I believe that there is room for radio, for television, and for other forms of media other than the social, to tell the world what we are suffering from and what we need to do. Also, I think there needs to be a big voice on funding. The billions, the trillions we saw on the board must go to places where people benefit first and foremost. Thank you so much. 2 more speakers, and then we'll be able to call this, and I will then call for some other item. Okay.
Thank you,
Where is the microphone going? Oh, it is there. Okay.
Thank you, moderator. I'm Dorothy Chivirige, Program Officer, Health Department at Uganda Union. Just briefly, in addition to what other people have said, what can we do? Me, I'm thinking that since we have the national religious leaders here, we can begin with those ones. Why? Because when you look at one of the root causes of GBV is cultural practices and beliefs. And one time we are in a dialogue in ABIM, and some person said the only thing that can help to change the bad cultural practices from people, it's only religion. And I'm thinking that is very true. Because, for example, like me, I'm a Seventh Adventist, a Christian, and I'm told to love my God with my heart and then my neighbor. There is no way I'll hurt my neighbor, okay? I think as the religious leaders, we can use our platforms. For example, the moment you get at the pulpit, you can begin with talking about those ills. You have the men, you don't have to pay them, you don't have to give them lunch. They are there with you, so they're in your hands. You have the women, you have the families, and you know them better. So, church leaders, please take the lead in the advocacy for ending this GBV. The other thing, my pastor talked about corruption. I think government can do something. If government wants something to be implemented, they can do it. For example, yesterday I was watching news on NTV, and the RDC in Entebbe is saying no border will ride or taxi driver to drive without being vaccinated. And all of them are flocking the vaccination points to be what? To be vaccinated. So the government has all the efforts to ensure that they can implement these good policies that were presented. The other thing is, since men are the perpetuators, I'm not saying that women don't perpetuate violence. But the biggest percentage may be 98%, for example, in Karamoja and northern Uganda, because we've been there recently. Men are the perpetrators of GBV. So let's try to make these men agents of change, okay? Maybe the men who are here, they come out. For example, when you look at this HIV, in the fight for HIV, they are using people like this Aloysius Matovu. He always comes out, talks about his positive status to advocate, to encourage people to go out, to know their zero statuses. So let the men here become change agents, and then they teach their boys, and then the chain will continue. Then lastly, we also need to help people understand gender roles, because you find that GBV, sometimes people misunderstand the gender roles in different communities. Some men feel they are superior. For example, in Otuke, men were like, I am the man. So even women fear to come to, for example, community meetings, because since childhood, culture tells them you're not supposed to say anything, etc. And these men are like, if you did this other role, say for example, which is known to be a female role, then you lose your masculinity. So maybe let's try to help our people understand the gender roles. And if you find that a man who helps their women to do the house chores, they are usually humble people. I don't know whether you agree with me. There is a way they are humbled, okay? So let's try to make people understand gender roles. Let's try to make men the change agents, and then let the religious leaders take the lead in advocating for this. Because, for example, you religious leaders, you may not need a lot of money to talk to the people who have come for prayers. Yet the government will say, I don't have a budget to print to print the what? The IEC materials, etc. And then, government, please, you have all the power to do something, for example, ending corruption. Thank you very much.
You've done well, thank you. I'm going to, Jackie, I'm going to go a different route. I'm going to allow Dr. Mate to speak last. But I'm going to request that each one of you who has an idea, please write it. Pull a piece of paper out of your notebook, write it, and we'll find 3 minutes for Jackie to come and read, or find somebody to read those contributions, so that, because when everybody gets to speak, we'll have a lot of issues. You look like you have something burning. Okay, you are second last. You speak now, and you have 1 minute, and then finally we'll have Dr. Mate, and after that I'll invite Father Constantine to read our position. You need to, you've been very quiet. You must have captured whatever we were saying. And at that stage, I want you to come and be the one that does all we've done. We are 20 minutes late on our timekeeping, so you realize that all my time in primary school didn't help very much. So I'm going to try and squeeze a few people so that I can recover myself. And then after that, we'll see what we can take home. Let's have Biondo speak first, Herbert, and then the bishop. The Archbishop will speak last. Thank you. You have only 60 seconds, and I'm a timekeeper. You speak, it is on.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. I have only a few things. One of it is we cannot fight the gender-based violence if we only have to emphasize the girl child or the woman. As she said, this is a problem that starts from the family. And therefore, I add on my voice regarding this, the Faith for Family Health please, let's endeavor to balance the boat, because men are the source. They must get information, and that information is the one that will help us to handle this issue. For example, if we can empower boys and girls when they're still young, before they are not yet to a time of getting married, to get to know, why do you have to have your right of having sex if you cannot handle the repercussions of sex? You know, from the beginning, the girls will know what to, you know, what will happen, and the boys. Secondly, is about the involvement of religious leaders. Religious leaders, we are in a problem whereby we are only called to fire brigade. In the policies of this country, there is nothing that is down, and I'm here, you know, addressing our dear members of parliament. You are the policymakers. In this country, there is no policy that helps government work with religious leaders. It is only when trouble comes, that's when religious leaders are called upon. And we just come for, you know, his election, violence, this and that, they call upon religious leaders. This is happening, blah, 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 blah. This is happening, call religious leaders. And here we are. At IRCU, I'm one of the GBV champions. But all this money we are hearing that is in the hands of government, we don't have this information, and we don't know where to start from. And it's only here that Madam, because Madam was invited and she can ably show what government has done. But that information that is in there, it is only taken to, the government respects so much their structures, but not religious structures. That's where my point is. There should be something done. For example, there was a religious policy that was being raised, and it was called Lokodo policy. You don't know where it died from. If you who are here can help us push that, so that we can have something that brings us on table to work together, religious leaders and government, it will help this country so much. Lastly, it is about it was in there. These women, they are given money without information to empower themselves economically, as she said, in the Ministry of Gender. We have seen this money being dished and poured in communities, ending without any results. I would suggest if that app that she talked about that information can be disseminated, so that we can help the women in churches, in mosques and the communities to get to know where they can market their products. I can tell you, in my home church, women have a lot of things to sell, but they don't know where to sell. They don't know where the market is. Girls that have gone for skilling Uganda for the president, but they have made products, nowhere to sell them, simply because information is kept somewhere and we don't know what to do. Thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity.
You did well. While we were doing business, Mr. Mutekanya, Assistant Commissioner, Minister of Education and Sports, also Mutekanga or Mutekanya? Okay, I got Mutekanya here, but it's Mr. Mutekanga, and I apologize. Came and is in our midst now. Can we know? Yes, please. Welcome, sir. It's good to see you. There will be a slot for closing remarks, and we'll get to hear you in one sentence or two. Thank you very much. Now, we can talk until the cows come home. But until we've listened to young people, we've not spoken. So before the Archbishop of the SDA Church comes to speak, I'm going to allow for, I would say, young lady, Sister Marion Kirabo, to come and speak on behalf of the young people, the youth of this nation, don't they have a say? I think all these rapists and all these killers and all, they all sound to me like they are mature people, old people. That would possibly go to jail if I'm happy I'm not part of the judicial system. You think Museveni is tough, I would be tougher on that one. But let us hear from a young lady, and let us see what she has to say. And she will speak to us and call for action on ending the gender-based violence and then gender-based equality. Please, what's your name, darling?
Beg your pardon?
What's your name?
Marion Chirabo.
Good.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm so glad to be here. Once again, for the record, my name is Marion Chirabo. I am a law student at Makerere University. The issues of gender-based violence are not new to me because I have been a gender minister at Makerere University. And basically, under my docket, I dealt with a lot of sexual harassment cases. And, sex for marks, lecturers are harassing students because they want sex in exchange to give them good grades. So I'm here to talk about a topic that I'm very passionate about. And I hope that together we can find a way forward. I am also the founder of an organization called Present Woman. And basically it was birthed out of helping the young ladies in my community who had wanted to participate in elections and politics, but did face these issues along the way. When we talk about violence against women, many people go straight to rape, but there are also other subtle ways that women are violated, like sexual harassment, groping women on the street, and all those things. So, straight to my presentation. Violence against women and girls is one of the most prevalent human rights violations in the world. It knows no social, economic, and national boundaries. According to UNICEF, between 2005 and 2020, parties to conflict raped, forcefully married, sexually exploited, and committed other grave forms of sexual violence against at least 14,200 children. This sexual violence disproportionately affects girls who were 97% of cases from 2016 to 2020. In Uganda, 22% of women experienced sexual violence during the COVID-19 lockdown. GBV cases increased to 3,280, with only 1,148 reported to the police. According to the UNHCR, 81% of Uganda's 1.4 million refugees are women and children who are at a high risk of GBV, including sexual exploitation and abuse, rape, forced and child marriages. ADD International states that around 1 in 5 women worldwide is a woman with a disability. Women with a disability are often considered weak, worthless, and in some cases subhuman by their societies. And because of that, they face a sensitive risk of domestic and sexual violence. According to ADD International, young women with albinism face additional risk of sexual abuse and violence from greedy males who believe sex with a person with albinism will bring wealth. Young people's commitment to ending GBV and promoting gender equality. As young people, we commit to hold each other accountable, take a stand by calling out GBV when we see it, challenge fellow young people to reflect on their own behavior and speak up when someone crosses the line. I will tell you that as a young person, I have been active in this through the different campaigns that I have personally been a part of around universities. In 2019, we at Makerere had the 2-for-1 campaign. And basically, the idea around it was, how do we get both male and female students to be active in fighting the vice of sexual harassment? And I would say that we as young people thought about artistic activism as a way to fight it and also to involve young people. You know, for us young people, we are quite, conferences might not work for us, sitting down here and talking. You might get very few people to attend. But if it's a dance competition, if it's songs and poems, you will get a huge crowd of young people. So basically what we did was to organize a competition where young people would use arts, music, dance, drama, poems, whatever they can, to communicate to their peers about the evils of sexual harassment and sexual violence, and how they could report and who to go to when something like that happens, and how that they should stop being bystanders and actually help people that they see are victims of this kind of violence. So yes, listen to survivors and make sure they have the support that they need. Be critical and question how media portrays girls and women, whether on television, online, in magazines, or in music videos. I think for many of us, we have seen how victims who come out to report and talk about the trauma that they've gone through at the hands of sexual violence have been treated. I would take the example of something that happened very recently, you know, where the process by process slogan came from, and the story and how people made it so comical. But this was a young woman talking about the violation that she had gone through, and people saw it as a point to laugh about. I think we need to address that and condemn that in the strongest terms. And someone asked, why don't women ever talk about it, that she was raped? That's one of the reasons, because I cannot come out about my violation and someone thinks it's something to laugh about or make a joke about. Get the message out there. As young people, we shall not rely on mainstream media to get the message out there. Social media is a great way to share articles, points, tools for the prevention of GBV, and we commit to use the platform. Again, from my experiences, social media is quite effective. A case in point would be we at Makerere did have a case of a custodian who was sexually harassing girls at one of the hostels. And the way we broke out the story was through social media. And we were able to gather a critical mass of young people that were willing to storm the hostel and actually get this custodian out. Eventually, we were even able to bring the head of the hostel to sit down with us at table to make sure that we can reach a consensus on how we protect the girls and get this custodian out of their spaces. Unfortunately for us, due to the loopholes in, let me say, evidence and all that, according to the hostel, it was the girl's words against the custodian. Again, it goes to the point of, why don't women report? Because suddenly it became a shouting match between, you did this, or I didn't do this. And since these things happen in an intimate space, there is no one who's going to, usually there's no one who is there when a girl is being raped. There's no one who is there when a girl is being sexually harassed. It happens in hidden places. So by the time she comes out, there is no evidence. So unfortunately for us, because of that they claim lack of evidence. The perpetrator was brought back, but we are still fighting, still through social media and mobilizing as much as we can, reaching out to the different lawyers. Now we are students, we have to reach out to pro bono lawyers and see how we can actually get him out, but we're still in that fight. Be mentors, volunteer our time to preventing violence by speaking to others. This will bring awareness to the issue, which will motivate others to act. Complete our studies and mobilize each other in starting innovative economic activities. Engage government in developing policies and programs that address the needs of young people, health, social, economic, among others. Seek support from other people and organizations to help secure our livelihood. And I would say that as a young person, I have really benefited a lot when I was gender minister for Makerere, from all the civil societies that came up to help us in these cases of sexual violence. Recommendation to government and stakeholders. The young people deserve protection from violence and access to justice for those rights that have been violated. We need equal opportunities to help us complete our education and secure employment. In this regard, we ask government, religious leaders and community leadership, media and development agency to consider the following. Create awareness among young people at risk, particularly the girl child, to enable them to detect and protect themselves against GBV. Promote male involvement, including the boy child in GBV, in preventing GBV in our families and community and schools. When we're talking about male involvement, I would like to take us to Rwanda. Rwanda has been very deliberate about what they teach boys and girls in schools. Unlike in Uganda, whereby as early as P1, I would say we are still quite backward. You would find that in P1, they're still teaching gender roles based on, which I would say, not on reality. That they will say that the father is the, let me say, breadwinner. And yet they do not consider the fact that there are children who come from families that are actually, they are actually managed by women, you know, single moms who are taking care of their family. So is that the reality? And then we also need to look at what is the impact. Aren't we instilling patriarchal norms in children as young as P1? The school is supposed to be an institution where we unlearn certain things, whereby we have a reality check as young people that actually, in spite of what your culture says, the reality is that there are homes that are manned by single mothers. Rwanda has actually flipped the coin, and you will find that they have after-class sessions whereby they do teach young boys to respect their counterparts. They go as far as even educating them on what women go through, things like menstruational health. They go as far as telling them that, you know, GBV, they should not tolerate GBV, that they can actually shift from being bystanders of watching violence committed against women to actually being active in reporting GBV cases. They even teach them where to report to. So they've been so deliberate in breaking these patriarchal beliefs among young boys. And I think it's something that Uganda should learn from. Yes, as Where was I? Sorry, I might have lost my. Yes. Promote education and awareness on GBV prevention to young people in schools, colleges, and universities. I think I've spoken to that. For the girls and women with disabilities and those living in slums and refugee settings, develop their capacity to protect themselves against GBV and grow their livelihood. Provide legal, health, and psychological services to young people who have survived GBV. And I think this is very important because as someone who has dealt with survivors of GBV, it's so difficult to get help, especially psychosocial support. I remember putting people in touch with a psychiatrist who were charging us 150 per hour. So 1 hour already, I'm a student and you're telling me that just to speak to you 1 hour, I'm just introducing my name and my time is up and you've charged me 150. I think we should look at some of these things and come in to help young people. How do I access mental health care at a cheaper price? Where can I go for free services? Hold GBV perpetrators accountable to their actions, like I have given the case of the hostel. This is so crucial. How can we make the law more flexible? Because again, the issues of, for example, sexual violence are very intimate. They're very intimate and there's usually no one. So how do we hold perpetrators accountable without being so rigid legally? Grow and nurture boys and young men in the prevention of GBV. Media to refrain from content and images that demean girls and young women. Engage young people in leadership and decision making at all levels, village, district, national, and in especially developing and implementing decisions that affect their lives. Provide vocational skills, training, internship, and apprenticeship for young people to secure their livelihoods. Provide young people with information and resource about the job market. To our culture and religious leaders, we implore you to promote participation of faith-based organizations, cultural institutions, civic and political organizations, as well as other opinion leaders as champions of gender equality, especially that relates to young people. To many of us Ugandans, the church is quite central and cultural institutions are quite central to our lives. Most of the time we may not take to heart what we learn in schools, but what the preacher on the pulpit tells us is the gospel truth. So we should, I think, as religious leaders, you should be careful when you are preaching to the people. And I have had, and not to say that any person in this room has done it, but I have gone to some churches whereby they constantly push survivors of GBV to remain in these toxic and abusive relationships. I have a case of one woman who eventually died at the hands of her husband, but every time she would go to the religious leader, he would tell her to stay because he believed that divorce is not an option. So I think we should be careful to where we draw the line, because Jesus preaches love and would not want to see love. He explains what love is. And I don't think that there's any scripture in the Bible that says love includes beating or raping anyone. Advocate for GBV policy implementation and legislation and promote humanity and women empowerment. Mobilize communities to preserve practices that promote peace, prevent GBV, and discourage practices that enhance the prevention of GBV. Yes, I think that is it. I've used up most of my time, but thank you so much for listening to me. I hope we could find appropriate solutions to some of these challenges, because we as young people are greatly affected by gender-based violence. Thank you so much for having me.
A round of applause for Marian. Please, a bit more, encourage her more a bit. You might need her services a couple of years from now. She's studying law, so. But you did very well. I noticed you've never been to a church. Because at our church, we are very, very careful on those issues. This is the last part of our dialogue today. It is the highest point. It's the crescendo of what we want to go home with. It is the sum total of what we've been discussing. I'm asking that the next slots be left to those that can answer all those hanging questions. And I'm going to be very careful how I do it. I'll start with the religious leader to give you good momentum. Then I'll have a few civic leaders, and then have a religious leader in the middle there somewhere, and then another civic leader, and then finally with the religious leader, so that that mixture helps you not to go alone, because you will never walk alone. We are always here. So here is what we are going to do. We're going to start with Reverend Father Mbona Bingi. I want you to come. And what I want you to do is to deliver the position and a call to action on ending this violence, wherever it appears. You are speaking on behalf of all the religious communities in this country. So be careful. Make sure that you make the archbishops happy, you make the mufti happy, and in particular the chairman today.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Well, it is very hard to make every person happy. There are some who will be unhappy. There are some who will appreciate what I'm going to read. However, one thumb cannot kill lives. Huh? Do you get what I'm saying? With one thumb, you cannot kill what? Lives. You have to use two thumbs like this. We should walk all the same way. Thank you. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, as religious leaders today, and as a religious community, we have and we will continue to discuss about the faith-based approach to gender-based violence. This is our position paper. Is everyone having it? As a religious community, we have and we will continue to discuss about the faith-based approach to gender-based violence as an approach to solving the problems of gender-based violence. Number 2, we recognize that Uganda continues to make steady progress in keeping girls, women, and boys safe from violence and exploitation. However, we are disturbed by the increasing and high levels of gender-based violence, and which situation is compounded by COVID-19 pandemic. We are aware that while the Constitution recognizes equality between men and women, very few laws in Uganda protect women's economic rights, and women's opportunities for meaningful economic activities are limited. Number 5, we have observed that since women tend to have less education and few formal business skills, women find it harder to sustainably start and grow businesses. Number 6, we note that women bear disproportionate responsibility for unpaid care and domestic work than men, which negatively affects their labor force participation. Number 7, girls and women living and residing in refugee settings, informal settlements, and other resource-poor settings face unique needs and thus require targeted interventions. With COVID-19, more women and girls are likely to suffer from COVID-19 related shocks. More are likely to fall in depression and poverty. We acknowledge that girls and women are at more risk for gender-based violence, and this is a threat to human security and a violation of human rights. As a religious community, commitment to ending gender violence and promoting gender equality, we commit to integrate prevention and mitigation of sexual gender-based violence in all religious structures and ensure gender equality through gender equality through policy engagement. Number 2, to build partnership with other religious organizations, NGOs, private sector, and government to advocate against GBV and promote gender equality. Number 3, we work in partnership with local authorities, community health care givers, teachers, and parents to raise awareness on GBV issues in our communities. Number 4, we shall support policies that prevent GBV and support the development of gender equality, sensitive policies and programs. Equality sensitized policies and programs. Number 5, initiate programs to revitalize family life and values within religious institutions. Number 7, we shall set up systems to provide immediate protection and care for victims of GBV. Number 7, we shall advocate for enactment and enforcement of laws to protect girls and women. Number 8, we shall create multi-religious centers where people can receive help or legal assistance. Recommendations to government and other stakeholders. 1, government to allocate resources to support implementation of the laws relating to GBV and women affirmative programs, not calling us when there is a problem. Number 2, enact legislation in relation to GBV and promoting gender equality. Number 3, government to put in place mechanisms to enhance justice for victims of GBV. And number 4, Department of Education should include awareness and information of GBV into the life skills curriculum in schools. Number 5, government should ensure that measures are in place for the protection of the survivors of the gender-based violence. Number 6, with COVID-19, support the school-to-work transition, enhance access to credit and skill building, and work toward more inclusive workplaces. Lastly, mobilize resources and expand partnership to foster women, economic empowerment, and autonomy. Thank you very much. Father Constantine, on behalf of the archbishops and bishops and reverends and pastors, thank you.
You did very well. And if you have an assignment like to go to lead a prayer or anything, you will be excused. You can always walk out, that you will. You've done a job and you've done it very well. As I promised, it's going to be kasavu kanyama. You eat a bit of this and a bit of that. I'm now going to invite to the podium the Assistant Commissioner of the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, Madame Angela Nakafero, to come and also make some remarks. Because from the religious now to the civic. And as she comes to the dais, I've just got a small message here to say, parenting is becoming poorer and poorer daily. This is from Bishop Kitibwa, Edward. And he says when he was growing up, he saw a lot of things from his dad. He wants, I think Madame Nakafero will address this. How are we going to do parenting in 1 or 2 sentences? And then something also should be done on the rise of drug addiction, because it has also contributed a lot to this violence. If you address those 2 in your speech, that will be a good answer to one of our bishops listening in. Thank you.
The chairperson of this session, honorable members in our midst, the Deputy Mufti of Uganda. We seem to meet so many times online. I'm glad that we are meeting physically. The President of the Seventh-day Adventist Union, Caretaker of Orthodox Church and Secretary General of Uganda Joint Christian Council, Apostle Joseph Serwadda, and leader of the Born Again churches in Uganda, the representative of the Catholic Church, other denominations, development partners in our midst, apologies for mixing up the protocol, representatives of civil society organizations, distinguished participants, colleagues from the ministries of government of Uganda, young people, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored. I would like to thank you for inviting me to address this important meeting of eminent people who are talking about an issue that is close at my heart: prevention and elimination of gender-based violence in this country. My colleague has already reiterated government's commitment in terms of prevention and response to gender-based violence, mainly because of the impact of GBV on the individual women and girls, on our families and communities, on national development. Ladies and gentlemen, we will not achieve our vision if we continue subjecting half of the population, in fact more than half, because even men are increasingly becoming potential victims. With your own actions, you also find yourselves victims of violence. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID context has not done us any good. Of course, stories are emerging that gender-based violence has increased by over 22% within a period of less than 2 years. So it's a challenge to all of us. Government, religious leaders, civil society organizations, traditional and cultural leaders, this is a challenge that we don't need to leave for government. We all must work together collectively to address the vice of gender-based violence in this country. Sitting in the position of the Commissioner, Gender and Women Affairs, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to inform you that the COVID context has forced us to reevaluate our interventions. We are not just looking on, we have quite a number of ongoing programs in terms of prevention and response to gender-based violence. We are aware that our children have been heavily affected, especially the girls. But of course, to us, it is a wake-up call, ladies and gentlemen. We seem to have our children safer in schools and not in our homes. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, that should force us
to reflect the foundation of national development. The family is destroyed. Much as government can do its part, but it's me and you within the families to ensure that we strengthen our families, to ensure that our families are spaces where women and girls can enjoy their rights. It's wrong for us to subject women and girls, our sisters, mothers, to gender-based violence. Of course, government takes responsibility, but at the end of the day, it's us. We are all citizens of Uganda. We have rights, we have obligations. So as we reflect on government interventions, let's also individually reflect on our actions and our commitment to make our homes safe for everybody. We've been talking about adopting a multi-sectoral approach, ladies and gentlemen, and I would like to emphasize the fact that government of Uganda has moved to that level. Under the EU UN Spotlight Initiative that we are implementing, we are promoting an enabling legal and policy framework, and over the last 2 years, there are quite a number of laws that have been discussed and passed by the Parliament of Uganda. Some of them, of course, His Excellency has not assented to them, but it was a deliberate effort that to improve the legal and policy framework. We have a new child policy, we have new laws that we've passed. We also have our colleagues and sisters at the district level passing ordinances. So the responsibility still lies on all of us to comply to the legal and policy framework, but also to allocate resources. Resource allocation in Uganda is not only at the national level, it's at all levels, so that we are able to respond to cases of violence. We are strengthening government institutions. Ministry of Gender, we are strengthening ourselves to be able to coordinate national programs on GBV. And of course, Ministry of Gender has already beefed up the social welfare workforce at the district level, ladies and gentlemen. The third element of our work is about quality support services, ladies and gentlemen. And here we are promoting not only online reporting of cases of violence, but also online response. There are services attached to the child helpline, which all of us are aware. There are services that we've attached to the existing GBV shelters. These currently are 18 in number, distributed in different parts of this country. But we feel that this is an important space where the survivors of gender-based violence can access appropriate support. Counseling, medical first aid, access to legal aid, access to accommodation in case it's required, and of course also engaging the family in terms of mediation, because we cannot keep women and girls perpetually in the shelters. They definitely have to go back home. We are reaching out to Ministry of Education has been spearheading the creating of safe schools, and we celebrate that today we are looking at schools as safe for our children and teachers. It's not coming out on a silver plate. It's a result of concerted efforts, ladies and gentlemen. Ministry of Health is also coming in terms of sexual reproductive health. I like the comment on in her footsteps. In her what? In her footsteps. Quite often we are looking at sexual reproductive health from the men's perspective. Can we look at sexual reproductive health, issues of contraceptives from the girls' and women's perspective? Women don't request for the defilement. It's men and boys that are subjecting these girls to defilement and rape. And of course, in that unfortunate circumstance, what do you want the girls to do? Do you want to have them pregnant from one pregnancy to another? And of course, at the end of the day, not being in position to look after themselves and looking after the young baby. I like the picture of the 12-year-old that is running. It should force us as Ugandans, especially men and boys, to reflect on our actions. These girls don't make themselves pregnant. These girls are defiled. So before we are able to stop defilement, we need to reflect our positions on contraceptive use, but also other forms of sexual reproductive health, ladies and gentlemen. Justice is also on board, and of course, efforts with police are also going on. Data availability and capacities, WOBOS is also stepping up its work in terms of improving data on GBV, but also relating with other services. We are also looking out to strengthening the women's movement, not only in government, but even outside government. Because those who have been around for quite some time, the Honorable Rakimari and the likes of us, Ugandan women achieved a lot during CA, mainly because women had one voice. And the bottom line was gender equality and women's empowerment. So we need to get back, work together to push for gender equality and women's empowerment, including responding to gender-based violence. Another component that I want to talk about, ladies and gentlemen, is the violence prevention and social norm change. For us, this is an important aspect. Most of these vices are being perpetuated through the use of our social norms, practices, and values. And at the bottom line of this is the aspect of socialization. All of us are making a contribution in this process. And I would like to challenge women to reflect on how we are socializing the boys, because it's us who start telling them, this is not right for you as a man, this is the work for a woman, this is the work for the girls. So as women, if we can promote equitable socialization of our boys and girls, right from age 1, up to the point when they go to school, we'll be contributing a lot in terms of making our lives better. Alongside socialization, ladies and gentlemen, we are challenging ourselves for positive masculinity. We know it very well. Men and boys still have a lot of power. Can you use your power to protect women? Can you use your power, your resources, to ensure that within the family, within our institution, we are treating women and girls, boys and men more equitably? Can you use your sexual drive? Can you control your sexual drive, ladies and gentlemen, so that we don't violate young girls' rights? So positive masculinity is very, very important. And this is when we are talking about men and boys' involvement in this fight. And this is a fight that is running right from schools to the community level. Ministry of Gender, Labour, Social Development is strengthening its linkages with the traditional and cultural leaders. We support them, we are working with them to ensure that we challenge those negative social norms. We are also reaching out to the Interreligious Council of Uganda. I heard my brother saying that government is not funding Interreligious Council of Uganda. Government, through the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, is funding the Interreligious Council of Uganda to push on.
It's going to fund.
My Lord, I sit on the table where I know where resources are, and we've facilitated. So I'm not telling lies. We've passed on resources to the Interreligious Council of Uganda to undertake similar work on gender-based violence in Uganda. So can you, ladies and gentlemen, can you, our religious leaders, try to challenge some of these practices? On the other hand, I don't want to say that I'm insulting you religious leaders, There are so many cases that are being reported of violence within our churches. So let's reflect. Let's walk our talk, because if I want to be safe, everybody wants to be safe. So we also need to address cases of violence within our religious institutions, ladies and gentlemen, as we address cases in our families, as we address cases at the public spaces, and of course, as we support out the vulnerable categories of this country. I think there were also aspects around education, around women's economic empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, we are embarking on a serious discussion to help us come up with a comprehensive national program on women economic empowerment. As a ministry, we believe that if we are going to reduce the vulnerability of women, economic empowerment is central in this fight. So ladies and gentlemen, really, I appreciate that you've invited us. We need more spaces to talk about these issues. We need to work together. It's a huge, huge amount of work, not only for government, but for all of us at all levels. I thank you very much for this opportunity for God and my country.
Beautiful. Another round of applause. And you really delivered. I'm going to allow for another speaker. We heard of the arrival of Mr. Muteye Kanga, who is Commissioner, Assistant Commissioner in the Ministry of Education and Sports. He never got to greet us, never got to say anything, because I promised him that when he stands up to greet, he will also be able to tell us a few things. And here is a question from the Embassy of Belgium. In your speech, in your deliberation, short as it may be, please listen to this. The past 2 years have seen an increase in teenage pregnancies. Most of these are unconsented. The Ministry of Education and indeed government and the current school policy prohibits pregnant students to attend school. Is it fair? What can government of Uganda and Parliament and all of us do about it? This question is from a very, very serious person, Madame Rosemary Sevume Mpomba of the Embassy of Belgium. Is it fair to not allow students to go back to school when they are pregnant or after they've had their child?
Okay. First of all, Mr. Chair and members present, I will not keep protocol because of other obvious reasons. My name is George Muteye Kanga. I'm the Assistant Commissioner in charge of private schools and institutions, but I'm representing my director, Basic and Secondary Education, Mr. Mulindwa Ismail, who had been invited to this meeting. I want to apologize that I had another very important meeting on Zoom, which ended around midday, and I had to rush here, and I'm flying to Kabale at 2 o'clock. So I have to be, I'm flying actually. My driver is out there calling, where are you? I said, we are, because I don't want to move at night. I have a very important meeting tomorrow in Buchinda. So, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I want to thank you for this opportunity when you are inviting us as Minister of Education. Although the letter was inviting a person, so that's another mistake. When we are inviting Minister of Education, you should put Minister of Education. You can say the title, because I was almost failing to come because of that concern. When you invite someone as a person, it means that you wanted him as a person. Now you are asking me as education, Mr. Joseph Serwadja. Sorry, Pastor. One,
Mr. Chairman here.
you're chairman here. First of all, I want to say this is a very great opportunity when key stakeholders like you come together, and more so religious leaders. I don't know that you are aware that the Educational Act, Section 4, Part 1, 2008, gives you power and empowerment to come and address concerns of education. So, personally, I'm very delighted to meet religious leaders at that level. However, I want also to thank the audio, the video, the documentary that I saw, and I could see people taking, oh God, what is this? That is a tip of the iceberg. We have so many issues that are happening that we must address together. As education, of course, we have partners like you, we have faith-based organizations, religious leaders, to mention but a few, who must come out and talk and say, enough is enough. However, I was touched when somebody talked about the Boy Day. You call it a Boy Day, Men's Day. Mr. Chairman, actually it is you who brought it out. And I wanted to thank my sister Angela Nakafero, previously, now the Commissioner in Gender. Madam Angela, these are issues that we had also talked about. We have put emphasis on the girl child and sacrificing the boy child. So I think we need to, in our strategies, we need to look at this opportunity to bring back on board the boy child. Because however much you have a very good girl, he's going to get married to a very poor man and who is innocent and very wrong character and values. To me, that is the second area. The other area, Mr. Chairman, is on education. Education is the giving of knowledge, values, and attitudes. Now, the biggest concern today, we are looking at the knowledge. And now that we have even had COVID, we have seen the importance of other values and attitudes, the skills. Without the skills, someone cannot survive. We have gone to school, we have read books, but books cannot survive you during COVID. So the hands-on, the skills. So what am I trying to talk about? That the main cause of gender-based violence, according to me, is ignorance, poverty, and disease. People are poor just because they don't know that they are poor. And why are they poor? Why? It is a vicious cycle of poverty. Somebody is born in a poor family, he marries a poor family, oh, sorry. So, what am I trying to say? That the values, the religious leaders kindly help us in that aspect. I was looking at some of these ladies here on the documentary. But to some extent, the way they dress also matters. The way they move. At the end of the day, we have issues as education. We have done our part. But indeed, the background, somebody, where he or she has come from matters. The way I've been brought up, the family, and I want to thank the foundation that was bringing that here. The family is the bottom point. Let us not forget the importance of the family in the upbringing of a child. Because the way, whatever is told this child at that infant stage matters. I don't know that I'm making a point. So the issue of values, because if somebody has grown not seeing people being raped, being attacked or addressed or abused or sexually abused, he or she will never do it. But if he or she grows up in an environment where violating somebody is normal, he or she will do the same. What am I trying to say? We need to address issues that affect this community. The first one, according to me, is the population. We have issues of overpopulation. People are producing left and right. Now, COVID 2 years, you have children who have produced twice. What is not happening within the next 10 years? We have the biggest, youngest population with very limited resources. Limited resources, when I talk of resources, I mean land, capital, of course. We don't have capital. We are now indebted. What are we trying to do as a country? So as religious leaders, kindly, let us look at those areas. Let us also look at our areas as education. Maybe we shall address the two. Otherwise, to me, there are so many issues I could not mention them at a go, but we need to look at what are the key concerns that affect or cause gender-based violence. I want to conclude my remarks by saying, Mr. Chairman, it's a pleasure that you invited us, and I'm going to talk to the Secretariat. I'm going to leave my email. Make sure you give us those key areas that are touched or attached to education, so that we can take action. I want to thank my colleague from JEDA, who said that they have identified some money for the Interreligious Council. And of course, we are going to also to do our part as education, to talk the talk, to talk what we should talk, to address our teachers, because we have issues with our teachers. Somebody, this young girl who talked about a custodian? I was really touched. If a custodian at the university is able to do that, then what about others? Then that means I have a lot of work to do with my higher institutions of learning. And sincerely, I've been touched and I've taken it. So this workshop to me was long overdue, and I thank you for inviting us, for God and my country.
Thank you so very much. Another round of applause for Commissioner Mr. Mtekanga. I'm now going to invite the chairperson of the Parliamentary Committee on Gender, Honorable Flavia Kabahenda, to also make closing remarks. And then after that, we will seal it up with 2 religious leaders and be ready to go for lunch. Listen, I did not say go home. I said go for lunch. It is after lunch that I will tell you where to go. So let us invite Honorable Flavia to the podium with a hand clap.
Thank you very, very much, Apostle Chairperson. Allow me to recognize the protocol as was recognized by the Commissioner. I respect all of you, ladies and gentlemen. I am humbled to have been invited to this very honorable meeting, a noble meeting. What else would we discuss on this earth if it's not about us? I want to thank you very much for inviting me. I want to thank those who organized this meeting. I want to thank all those who have partnered in ensuring that this meeting happens. I am Kabahenda Flavia Rwabhoro. For the record, I represent the people of Kyegegwa district, and I am the chairperson of the Parliamentary Committee on Gender, Labour and Social Development. Allow me, Chair, to observe a few things, because when I just saw the words faith for family, I thought I was in the right place, because I have craved for family to be part of the discussions, and I never get there. Anyway, as we went on, I found all of us in the Book of Lamentations. And I would have loved that we start opening the Book of Revelations so that we can find solutions to the issues that we are facing. Chair, faith for family health, to me, gives a hope that now we are beginning to see the light. Gender-based violence was cited on the report, the police crime report of 2020, that it was the highest crime we had in the country. And most of it was caused by defilements and torture, trafficking, and all those things. I have heard from all the speakers that it is now that we should hold a national dialogue on parenting. We need to hold a national dialogue on parenting. It's time for us to now parent. Because what I see in this country is the number of people who bear children as fathers and mothers, and they don't parent. And today, when I was speaking to the press conference, you know, Chair, when we are speaking at the other end of the parliament, we never mince words. I said we have
mothers and fathers who are littering this country with babies and children, but they are not ready to parent them. And this now brings us back to thinking about family, because the National Social Protection Policy spells out family as the first unit of intervention. But where are the families that we are talking about? People are living together in the house, but they are not a family either. So we need a serious and truth dialogue on parenting. And if we don't do that, we are in trouble. As we talk, Rwanda is getting the reality of parenting and family as a unit, to the extent that by 2025, no child of basic education will go to a boarding school. They must be at home. They are trying to make sure that primary schools are at 3 kilometers from the clients, so that all the children of nursery to P7 stay with their parents. I don't know whether Mr. Mutekanga has left. The schools have deprived us of parenting. And I wanted Mr. Mutekanga to know this. Where they want their children at school at 5 a.m. up to 8 p.m., weekend, holiday, when shall we parent? Why can't you prevail over that kind of education system, where the parents are deprived? And the more the children stay in boarding schools, the more detached they are from their family. They no longer respect sisters, they no longer respect siblings. It is a whole, just people staying together. I want to use the name they called that staying together of the Gaetanos. We are in families like the other Gaetano kind of scenario, that you only stay together in a house, but you're not family. The big brother, we are in a big brother kind of settings in our homes, where people don't understand each other, people are not attached to each other, and all that we are talking about comes from there. We need to demystify a number of cultural beliefs. As the Committee on Gender, mandated to oversee implementations of some of the works of our committee, after knowing that gender-based violence was high, and moreover, Eastern and Northeastern were cited to be highest in prevalence, we went to Karamoja and the East, Tororo and Jinja. What did we find? Rape marriages. In Karamoja, they don't negotiate. It is a man who will keep trailing a woman or a girl until he's able to fall her down and rape her. Immediately you are raped, he goes to pay the cows at your home. So I don't know whether that culture can be promoted. I don't know whether we can't talk to the religious leaders that end to tell people that that is an archaic kind of culture, where you rape marriage. And if it was raping someone who is of age, but we got a story of a girl who is now around 12 years, but at 8 years, she was taken for FGM, and the moment you are taken for FGM, you are a candidate of marriage. So 3 months, even before the wound could heal, the mother sent this girl of 8 years to a neighborhood so that she can bring sorghum for the family, because they had harvested the other way. And she sent her at an evening hour so that she cannot come back. So in the night, a boy of 19 years went to the room of this girl to try to rape her. She fought until the parents of the boy came. The other one held the hands, the other one held the legs, and she was raped. The boy was assisted to rape. And in the morning, he went for negotiations for cows the other way. I want to thank the convent at Kalas in Amudat, where these girls are running to. The gender-based violence victims are running to the convent. The convent does not have facilities, but they think that they have this sympathy and they will open up for them. We still have widow inheritance, where we interviewed a woman who had been inherited by 4 men. The husband dies, the brother comes, he dies, another brother, he dies, and now they wanted her to marry the son in the family, and then she refused, and then the whole community bundled her up and beat her thoroughly. We also found her at the convent. She ran away from that violence. She was tired. What kind of society are we living in? So I want to implore you, religious leaders, if the cultural leaders are still holding on to their bad culture, I think churches and mosques and faith-based organizations come out in this. They are doing all this in caves, in forests, and I had to ask the RDC whether this was not a sign of insecurity. If they were rebels in the caves, the RDC would be up. But because it is FGM in the caves, he thinks that is a cultural thing and he doesn't need to go there. So we are in that kind of trouble about the cultural beliefs. In Karamoja, we had already registered very low levels of FGM, up to 0.3%. Today, it has come back. Why? That there is a tree that has reflowered. And whenever it flowers, then it is spelling that there is some culture that they have tampered with. Now the women have gone back to FGM because the tree has flowered. What is this that we are in? So we need to really talk truth to ourselves. But I wanted us not to forget child trafficking, where women are trafficking fellow women. Because now we are talking about men torturing women, but here it is women selling girls, selling daughters of others and not theirs. In my district, there is a woman who has harbored these girls, and she keeps on phone negotiating for payment for these girls to go and do domestic work, young as 10 years old. And this internal trafficking, external trafficking, intra-trafficking is a real problem to us, and we need to face it very, very squarely. We would rather promote, Ministry of Gender, let us promote institutionalized domestic work, where these girls are trained and given away officially in an institutionalized manner, so that if they are tortured, they know where to run to, so that if their rights are violated on payments and remuneration, they know where to report, and we protect these girls. So I want to really implore you to tackle that. Of course, there is a lot of child labor, like you can see on the streets. We are busy buying things from these children without question. The children are busy bargaining and doing business. We don't know whether they will be able to go back to school after learning the language of negotiation and telling lies and adulterating what they are selling. We don't know. We are in trouble. We are looking at the male engagement. Let us not remain talking about it from the books. We want to see the men engaged. While in the north and northeast we found a lot of men torturing women, actually in the southwestern it is the difference. In the southwest, men are at risk. Whenever the children reach the age of 15 and 16, the women start combining with their children to harass this man. When the man comes at home and he wants to say anything, they will just beat him out and throw him out of his home. So whenever the children are growing up to age 15, 16, the men simply walk out of the homes for their safety. Others have been killed. In Kisoro, it is very rampant. The women are drunkards. Very many of them, I don't want to say all of them. In Kisoro, women drink more than men, and they beat, they throw the men down in the rifts. In Kabale, the story is different. So when we talk about gender, let's not feminize it. Even the men are at risk. So we need to balance up this discussion and make sure that the men are assisted to come out of their skins and be able to report the violence against them. Thank you. We need justice, of course. We need justice. And we don't want buildings. We can offer justice even under a tree. So for us, we want justice. If the perpetrators can be treated against the law, and we see cases concluded, we want to see the Child and Protection Unit at police doing their work, not only to get the perpetrators, but to sensitize the families. Give them radio programs. Let us invest in radio programs. And I want to say, the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development is the most blessed sector we have in the country. It has structures up to the village, up to the family. And I wonder why we don't use them. But the unfortunate bit, it is the perennially underfunded sector in this country. So we need to talk about financing. But for us, we want justice. We strengthen capacity to prosecute culprits. Of course, education, Mutekanga talked about it, but we want to see seed schools in every sub-county, the way the policy spells. We have districts in Bukwo, in Kwen, where there is no public secondary school at all, the whole district, when actually the policy says every sub-county. Because these are schools which keep girls. After primary 7, when there is no school, and then education is that unaffordable, then we send them to the dogs. There are no vocational schools for a second chance education and also skilling. We need this. Pastor, you talked about gender-based violence shelters. Each region needs a state-of-the-art gender-based violence shelter. When I talk about a state-of-the-art, I'm not talking about a magnificent kind of thing. I'm talking about an all-round gender-based violence shelter. I am the immediate former chairperson of the board of Uganda Wildlife Conservation Education Center, Entebbe Zoo, where the mandate is to rescue animals and refer them and rehabilitate them and resettle them. If there is money to do that to animals, where is the money for the people? Where is it? Because this gender-based violence shelter must rescue these victims, refer them, rehabilitate them, and to rehabilitate is a process, and then resettle them, whether back to their homes or by giving them a livelihood for them to start afresh. So we need vocational centers at the violence shelters, we need schools there, we need skilling there, we need psychosocial support there. That is what I mean by a state-of-the-art that is offering this kind of rehabilitation that will resettle this particular person. Because development is not about objects, it is about the people. Yes, we want the roads, we want electricity, we want everything, but we want people more, because it is for them that we do the other infrastructure. So let us invest in the people. Chair, the EMIOGA that the minister was talking about was very, very, very gender insensitive. All the 18 enterprises in EMIOGA, I think women had only 2 to participate very fully. Women entrepreneurs, and then tailors, maybe, and saloons. But how many women are produce buyers? How many women are border boarders? How many women are tax operators? How many women are welders? How many women are mechanics? All the 18, there was nothing like gender and equity. And I want Minister of Gender, I want to hear your voice there. Now parish model has come. Are we going to benefit? Who is insulating the women and the other vulnerable people to make sure they participate? Talk about that. Chair, we in Parliament already established a workplace breastfeeding corner, and we want to promote this to every workplace, so that instead of women asking for more time for leave, maternity leave, we would rather remain on the 3 months, but have a breastfeeding place for every workplace, so that women after 3 months come with their babies and the babies are around. Otherwise, if we don't talk about that, then the employers are going to throw the women in productive age out of their recruitments. So for us to protect these women and their jobs, let us create breastfeeding corners at every workplace so that they bring their babies, they know their babies are around there, they settle and work efficiently and effectively. Chair, we need mental health and psychosocial support, and we need to finance it, because there is going to be clinical depression. Families are tired of children. Children are tired of families. Actually, the notion of home is best now does no longer apply. Home is no longer the best, especially for the children. Home is the most unsafe place now, and they would rather go back to school other than stay at home. Pastor, I want to conclude by 3 formal observations. Pastor, I would like to see people speaking to the gender language. Why should a woman be seen walking her way in a taxi park, in a bus park, in a marketplace, and then obscene words are thrown at her? Why should men be touching women who they don't even know to express that is that expression of love or contempt? It's contempt. Because even if you had that lust, you should refrain yourself to know that you don't need to really be touching this woman everywhere to show that you have admired anything. So we want to talk about that language and assaults that are made on women. And I think it's time for us to even engage in intergenerational discussions, where the young people are talking to the older people, and we borrow and harness some of these folklores and some of the lifestyle best practices that we can transfer from the older persons to the young generation. Women with disability, for them they are married only at night. During day they are not married. Men come at night, and then during day no man wants to even greet them. This we need to hold a discussion about, because by the end of the night the woman is pregnant, and then they wait for the baby's home to pick the baby, and then the man will come again at night to make another baby. So they need our protection. I want to caution the men that women are slowly getting empowered every day. Women are slowly going back to school. Women are slowly acquiring property. And most of the gender-based violence happening is because the men have become insecure. Women have taken over the responsibility of home, and so the men are insecure, so they resort to fighting. Because when he came home, you didn't ask for salt, you didn't ask for fees. He found you having cleared all the bills, and he says, am I the man anymore in the home? So he resorts to being aggressive and fighting. So we need to tell the men that the women have resorted to empowering themselves silently, and I want the Men's Day to come very soon so that we can take stock, so that we can reflect on how the men can put themselves back to being the heads of households and try to make sure they enforce. Pastor, you talked about that. Who should you talk to? Now we are here. You are talking to yourselves. But there is all the space. And I want to tell you that Parliament of Uganda is a parliament of the people. Pastor, you have a chance to request to meet the Committee on Gender and talk to the committee, because the committee has an opportunity to stand on the floor. And the Right Honourable Speaker is saying, on the floor, you don't discuss out of passion. You discuss with the figures and statistics. It is you who have them. So can you bring them and we put them on the floor so that Parliament gives jurisprudence? You have a chance to prepare motions, and the members of Parliament will read the motions on the floor, and Parliament will resolve. We can raise petitions. We can raise questions to the Prime Minister. We have a day every week. Today is a day for questions to the Prime Minister about what is going on. We have questions to the ministers, line ministers or relevant ministers. We have matters of urgent national importance. We have issues. If you know we are discussing a very critical issue, now we are going into the discussion of NSSF. Tomorrow you may hear we are discussing the budget. You can request to come and present an issues paper or a position paper. What do you think? So I would like to invite you to those spaces so that what we are saying now goes to the right space for policy direction, for legal environment, and then we are all there. Right now, we have a number of laws that the Ministry of Gender spelled out: Gender-Based Violence Act, the FGM Act. We even have the Whistleblowers Act. I was seeing my sister lamenting. We have a Whistleblowers Act that empowers you as a community to litigate. I have a district councillor in Kyenjojo, not in Kyegegwa, where I represent, who was invited to a meeting where a boy of second year in university had impregnated a girl of senior 2, and the parents were now sitting to agree on how to go about it. And of course, they had monetized it. The boy's parents were supposed to pay 5 million to the girl's parents. And the councillor was there. So the boy's parents paid only 3 million and promised to pay another in some time. And they put it in writing. They even made an agreement. And this councillor was given a copy thinking that she would prevail if the boy's end did not pay. What she did was to take the agreement to police and litigate. And both parents were put in. Because as you negotiate money, nobody buys a maternity for this girl. It is money for them to eat and not to save the future and the life of this girl. So they were put in prison for conniving. You have a Whistleblowers Act. Please be empowered by that. In my church, because my bishop is here, we have faced problems of men, after staying with a woman and they produce 3-4 children, the man walks out and wants now to marry and wed another woman. And then this woman runs to the church. Save me. I have 4 children of this man. What do I do? He's my man. But he's not your man because you have nothing to show for your marriage. So then the man claims, you know, the Lord does not consider the days of innocence. For me, with that woman, I was under innocence. Now I want to move on and clean my plate. So we have suffered with such things, especially we who sit on those structures where we have to prevail. And then you don't have anything to tell to this woman, only to tell her you have never married. You have children, but the man had not married you. He's now going to marry. He wants now to wed with another person. And you don't have anything to quote to him as to force him to continue with this woman, because they were just in a concubine setting, and so the man has walked out the way he walked in. Now he wants to move on. And this woman is here with 4 babies. So I know that the churches and mosques must be suffering with such things. But on a whole, Chair, I want to thank you very much that we have started this. This is a very, very good step in the very positive direction. And please, I implore you to use the spaces so that at the end of the day, Parliament does not pass inappropriate laws against this. We have the Anti-Torture Act, we have the Anti-Trafficking Act, we have the Anti-Child Sacrifice Act. But of course, some of these acts need to review. The Gender-Based Violence Act of 2009 or 10 is now not appropriate to the problems we have now. So we need to review it. We need to review the FGM Act. We need to review the Anti-Torture Act. And again, the East African Legislative Assembly, 6 years ago, passed a bill, the bill called the Counter-Trafficking in Persons Bill. And no president of the member states has assented. No president, including ours. We don't know whether they love trafficking. We don't know whether they didn't understand the law. We need to really knock on their doors, because this trafficking is becoming a serious one in the guise of externalizing labor. So we need to really cause the East African Legislative Assembly to tackle this matter most truthfully. And of course, we as Parliament, we already passed the Sexual Offences Bill, the Succession Bill. but the president has returned them. He has returned them to parliament, and we don't see them being retabled, and we would like to hear your voices about these things so that we can, as members of parliament, be supported by you people out here to ensure that we offer jurisprudence in the most appropriate manner. Chair, I'm humbled to be in this meeting. I want to say thank you very much for inviting me and to invite you to my committee and to invite you to parliament to work with us. You have researched information. We need those statistics. Put them on the floor, and then parliament will move in a direction that satisfies all of us. I thank you very much. I wish you all well. The International Day for the Girl Child is 11th October. I wish you very well. The International Day for Older Persons is tomorrow. I wish you a happy Older Persons Day, because the older women are in trouble. We have failed up to now to conclude on the National Health Insurance Bill, and yet the old age diseases are very expensive for these people. When we look at the SAGE statistics, 64% of the people that are beneficiaries of SAGE are women. And if they are women, that means the health insurance for them is a big issue. The health insurance that is available is very expensive and affordable, and in any case, very discriminatory. Chair, national identity cards being used as to target the vulnerable persons is very discriminatory, because we know the flaws on the national IDs that are stopping people from benefiting even the Nabanja money. Those who were not supposed to benefit are the ones who benefited because they had IDs. Those who didn't have IDs could not benefit, especially the older persons and the people with disabilities, most of whom are women. So we need to really talk about these things and talk very truthfully about them. I know that now I'm going to involve passion, and I don't want to go passionate. I want to stop it there. I thank you very much, and I pray that we continue with these discussions until all of us can find the solution together. Let us be true to ourselves. Thank you very much.
There are only 2 items left on the agenda, and I have now learned that the ministers of religion teach patience, but they also practice it. So I'm going to now request very kindly that you allow me to invite to the podium the second Deputy Mufti of the Uganda Muslim Supreme Council, Sheikh Muhammad Ali Waiswa, who will speak to us very briefly, because he's only giving closing remarks on behalf of His Eminence Sheikh Shaban Ramadan Mubajje, who was supposed to be here. After that, the next item will be prayer. But it won't be just prayer. It will be given to us by the president of the Seventh-day Adventist Church, who will also pray after having spoken to us. We need to hear each other. Please, we waited for each other. Let's keep just these 2, and then we'll go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Allow me to observe the protocol. I'm standing in for His Eminence, the Mufti of Uganda, Sheikh Shaban Ramadan Mubajje, who wanted personally to be here, but has a case of an own daughter who is on the oxygen right now. And yet, the previous week, he lost his sister. And a week before, he lost his elder brother. So he couldn't make it simply because of that. But he sent me to stand in for him. His Eminence says, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. May the peace of the Almighty God and blessing be upon all of you. we are privileged to have participated in today's dialogue. We share in the pain, agony, and disadvantages that our girls and women go through. We condole with those who are nursing pains, wounds, and hopelessness occasioned by violence meted against them. We rejoice in knowing that there is something that can be done. We now know what we can do. We are committed to do what we have all have agreed to do. I remind all of us that we are a voice to the voiceless. We must defend the weak. We are called to serve the humanity. The video we have watched prompts us to act. Indeed, we must act fast and swiftly. As faith leaders and through our institutions, we have made commitments on what to do. This includes on what to preach in our places of worships, but it also includes more practical actions, providing spiritual and psychological, psychosocial support to the victims of violence, raising awareness on GBV issues to our congregations, building partnership with government and other agencies, to name but a few. We have made recommendations to the government and other partners. We appeal that you find ways, resources, and opportunities for implementing these actions. We are starting a journey led by faith leaders, but that bring all on board. Our common action will be guided by the theme of the day today, in her footsteps. We must wear their shoes. This will help us to fully understand their pain and joy. Struggles and inspirations, we must walk beside them. Our common vision is that girls and women should be kept safe from violence, and that all men and women, girls and boys, should enjoy equality and equity. I ask that we all play our part. To the government, develop and enforce policies and laws that will ensure girls and women remain safe and their economic aspirations are nurtured, prompted, and protected. To our development partners, kindly engage with us. Provide us with resources, skills, tools, and networks to help us learn, act, and scale up our interventions. We upload 3 FHI jointly with the government officials for convening this meeting. Haluta continue. God bless us all. Thank you.
Your hand clap was not equal to, now it is. This will be our last speaker. He comes to speak because I did deny him the opportunity to speak before, and I asked him to pray. But then I said, why do you have to pray without saying anything? Prayer answers to wisdom. When you pray, you get wisdom. and you know what to do. So I'm going to ask the president of the Seventh Adventist Church and Seventh Adventist Union in Uganda, Dr. Mate, to come speak to us and then close with a word of prayer following your speech. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Chair, and the conveners of this important dialogue meeting, the various heads of the government agencies who are present, the MPs, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you. Yes, we want to thank God for this kind of a dialogue, because it helps us revisit the monster we have to address. Issues of gender inequality and the resultant effects like violence and evil, so many other things. These things lie at the fallenness of humanity. And so it is not a female matter alone or a male matter alone. It is all of us responsible, all to work together in resolving these issues. What is also true, regardless of the efforts we will do, it is clear we can only manage and mitigate. We cannot completely stop gender inequality. This is not because I am being insensitive, but even in the most developed countries, issues of gender inequality and the resultant behavior still exist even in those countries. But the difference is that when people are empowered, they can handle the effects of gender inequality in a totally different way than in our situation this side. And so because of that, as a measure of helping us manage this evil, I see the need as a country to include marriage and family in our education curriculum, because that is where things begin. If we will include in our national education curriculum issues dealing with marriage and family, we will go a long way in empowering the young people and the nation in handling this matter. Parenting is another issue that has already been highlighted. Today, there are many people who are brought up more or less like animals, because the virtues of parenting have been abandoned by a bigger chunk of our population. The only way to address that is to begin doing this again through a well-structured curriculum, so that this is an educational matter. Gender education, the same. So these should be made curriculum issues, legal and government policy matters, so that we address them in a more sustainable manner. One of the problems we have in this country is the approach to national issues from an ad hoc perspective. There is a lot of ad hocism in this country. But if we can sit down and develop policies and a curriculum which will work like a software, we will go a long way in building sustainable approaches to some of these challenges. Yes, the need for social equality policies, and we appreciate the government, it is doing so, but there is a lot to be done in operationalizing this. And the best way to operationalize some of these legal frameworks is through developing a more sustainable approach through programs, through the curriculum of the country, so that we have an empowered and sensitized population on these issues. You know, someone talked about these vices: child labor, human trafficking. These are things which are taking place in broad daylight, but apparently we are not addressing them. And so, the best way again is not to partition these approaches, but we need a broad-based approach, including religious education, which is our domain as religious ministers. In the Seventh-day Adventist Church, we have programs which sensitize our members on the need to address violence. And this is in the children ministries, it's in the youth ministries, the women ministries, and of late we are organizing a fully-fledged ministry which focuses on mobilizing men on some of these things. So, as the Grand Mufti said, aluta continua. But we want to thank those people who have stood out to lead out and champion in this noble cause of sensitizing the country towards addressing the problem of gender inequality. God bless our efforts, but let's work more concertedly together. Thank you very much. Can I therefore invite us to stand and we end with a prayer? Gracious, our loving Father in heaven, we came here to reflect on something very painful, for which we want to say we are sorry as individuals, but also as a country. It is very sad to see women whose lives have been ruined by fellow human beings. Father, I pray that your Holy Spirit will touch our hearts, especially those who are the culprits, men and women. You have the power to change human beings, but you also have the power to work with human beings to change others. We offer ourselves as vessels for change. Give us the power to be good examples. Give us the knowledge and the wisdom on how we can speak to our fellow men and women so that we will be channels of a blessing, not channels of bringing pain and curse to our fellow human beings. We thank you for Ministry of Gender, Social Welfare and Development and the efforts they are doing, and all other government agencies, the commissions and the committees of parliament, the religious leaders, NGOs, all of these, Father, I bring them into your hands, that you will use us in a more united manner, so that through our joint efforts, we will make a change for the better in our nation. Thank you for bringing us together. Bless us as individuals, bless us as various agencies, as a country, and there is lunch prepared. I pray that you will bless it so that you will give us the nourishment we need to serve you better. This is our prayer in Jesus' name. Amen.
I am short of words to express my thanks for allowing me to be your chair, and you've used the last couple of hours, possibly 4 or 5, very, very ably and very well. I thank you so much for braving this marathon type of meeting. You've done very well, We give praise to God for each one of you. We pray that God will sustain you as you go. And until we see you again, I hope I will be your chairman once more. God bless you and bye-bye.
So we are just going to have a group photo just for a minute and we go for lunch. Just here at the veranda outside. Thank you.
For many Ugandans, sexual and gender-based violence is just one of the societal challenges. But for victims like Monica Namaganda, it's a matter of life and death. Her years of sexual purity wasted in just a night.
Zalinga nnya kati wampita nangamba gulawo madde njagala kukyakonywa nenzigulawo kati bwe naggulawo nanjigirayo akaso n'akanteeka ku bulago nangamba kati olina okukola kyenjagala neneerwanako engeri obudde gye bwali bwa kiro nga ndiwo obwomu nga sisobola kwetaasa era lwali olwo nankwata ku mpaka kati engeri gye nali saagala nga ndi mukalubu muzibu era nandeeta omusaayi gwali mungi era nefaana akawuka ka siriimu yamaliriza ekizibu kye n'atambula n'agenda era nalina kusirika busirisi kati obudde buno ndi ku Makerenda mmira.
In corporate offices, schools, in enclosed home fences, even on matrimonial beds during day and in the dead of night, many fall victims.
Era yali ankaka kubanga nze nali siyakyayagala nali simwagala kubanga bwe namala ofuna olwo olubuto olusooka nga tetukyakwatagana nempulira nga ntamye nempulira nga sikyamuliko nemuvaako naye bwe yajja ogwo mulundi gwokubiri ng'akomyewo bwe nafuna olubuto lw'ono omwana era yandeepinga buleepinzi kubanga yajja kiro yandeepinga kubanga twali tetwakiriziganya eyo mboozi mbasagala girowoozaako aliwo wempulira n'obusungu ng'omwana nyi.
The future of promising young girls and children has been shattered. Some have died, others have survived to narrate their ordeals.
Yagala kusaba sente z'okozeewo tusa oguliddemu abaana emmere naye nga yagala kuzitwala butwazikola ki kunywa tuwulira n'otuuka ne mu nnyumba oluusi mutuuse okwebaka oluusi omusiriikiridde n'akuba empi oluusi ng'akaka mukwano n'akaka omukwano.
When I look at the Uganda Crime Police report for 2020, we see an increase in the domestic violence reported. We see an increase in defilement. Young girls are being defiled, and worst of all, defiled by their biological parents. For example, 120 girls were defiled by their biological parents. 300 of them were defiled by HIV positive individuals, which is really not good.
Many of those who survive wish they could turn back the hands of time and change their present. Refugee and fishing communities are the prominent flashpoints. These facial expressions give a glimpse of the trauma they go through every day, and there seems to be no end in sight to their predicament. Not even government's affirmative action has done enough to save these innocent women and children from the violence hurled at them under the cover of traditions.
Buli kimu yasalawo wekiba kino ye gwe toyina kwogera wogezaako oyogere luyi wogezaako omuwakanye kukuba.
When women are coming in marriage, their sengas, the aunties are advising them, omusajja taddwamu, a man is a man. So please, when you are beaten or you have issues or sexual-related issues, you keep quiet. And this has created a lot of problems.
Do you know that there are women who believe that if their husband does not beat them, they don't love them? They even ask, has your sweeter, has your husband ever slapped you? No, he's so loving, he cares, he has never beaten me. And they say, honey, you got it wrong. That man does not love you. Every loving husband must beat you up.
Even when we would count the properties a person has, women were included among the properties. But at least there is a change, a slight change, but not a very big change. Why is it that the change has not come? One, because of our cultural background.
The laws, which would have been a safety net, are far from providing solutions as they lean towards the side of perpetrators.
We possibly need new leadership in this area because I think Uganda is going down the drain.
By the time the woman reaches the police, they will say, no, woman, there is your case really, I think you handle it domestically. You see such a kind of situation. We have weak laws. We need to strengthen those laws, and we need to see culprits being punished.
The reality of how big the challenge is in the Ugandan society is seen through spiritual leaders to whom many victims run. Others die in silence.
There is increased cases connected to sexual gender-based violence, and it's a challenge to us.
They have the money. When he rapes, he is going to pay. He defiles, the parent is a poor family, is going to be given money and then keeps quiet. So this sensitization of about the gravity of those ills needs a lot to be done. And also we thank the government that they are sensitizing, putting in place certain mechanisms to see that this one stops.
A World Bank study in 2017 showed that the Ugandan economy had lost 77 billion shillings that year to incidents of sexual and gender-based violence and combating its effects.
I think as a government, it looks we don't have enough. But when he looks at Uganda in general, I think we would be having enough finances and resources if they were well managed and well prioritized to areas which are very important. But I think our resources are not well managed and well prioritized to areas that are very pertinent to people's life and which would generate the development we have.
Are we realizing and acknowledging that SGBV is a problem with far-reaching effects on the community? If we are acknowledging it, what are we doing? Where are we putting our money? You know, can we put money into institutions so that they can go and actually do their work in the way that it is intended to be?
An inquiry by a select committee of parliament in 2019 revealed that 77.7% of primary school children experience sexual abuse while at school, while 82% of students in secondary school experience sexual abuse, of whom 8% had been defiled.
Yeah, even though government has done its part, there is still a lot that needs to be done. For example, enforcement of the laws. Most of the cases are not well handled by police. We have files getting lost. There is a lot of money involved, and most of these survivors are vulnerable people. So when you talk about money, someone runs away and they never come back to report. So there is need to facilitate that process and maybe facilitate police and other stakeholders to manage these cases.
I think we need to come out of this to help our people to know where to go, whom to speak to when there are such challenges. But by the way, this is not only for women. Especially where I come from, the culture thing is a man does not cry. You have to be a man. Musajja takaba. You have to be a man whatsoever. So men are suffering honorably and they die honorably.
As the dark cloud of uncertainty hovers over Ugandans, especially women and children, many non-governmental organizations like Faith for Family Health Initiative, 3FHI, have risen to say no. They want more done to end the silent pandemic.
The legal part, that's where help should come from. To ensure that there are the right laws to help. One, to bring mediation. If not that, to see that there are punishments.
We need to train our younger people by educating them about the issue when they are still younger, especially the boys. And then if we can have programs like advocacy programs where you train the youth so that they become peer-to-peer educators among themselves. And then maybe we create youth-friendly kind of spaces and centers within schools with information where they can go and be educated.
In the way between violence and the other things that happen is the rule of law, which many Ugandans are discarding and throwing out of the window. So I would like to say that unless we go the police way, I don't know. I don't see it.
Batekewo amateeka babateekeko omukono ogw'ekyuma. Omuntu akwata omuntu nga teyeeyagadde ne waba muntu mukulu mubi nnyo.
They hope that if everyone plays their part, there won't be many women like Monica Namaganda. There won't be more tears like this.